That's my cue. All right, I will call the meeting to order for Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100% with Councillor Jolie on the Zoom. The agenda is not changing, but I'm just gonna move things around a bit. I'll let you guys, so we don't need an amended agenda. We can just go with what is, but we have the auditors at 1, and I'll ask, but as long as they're willing to wait a few minutes, I'm gonna go straight to the St. Albert Public School Board, and then we'll go to the auditors. But then our presenters from the business improvement area probably don't want to stick around till 5 or 6 tonight. Anyway, so I'm going to move the entire BIA, which is 10.2, up to right after the auditors, and then we will go from there. But Councillor Mackay, do you want to make that motion?
I would love to. That the April 15th, 2025 agenda be adopted as presented.
Call for the vote.
Ooh, Renee's hot right there, right now.
Voting is close, sorry, I assumed. Yeah, that passes. I just want to actually check with our auditors because they were told 1 o'clock, but I see Sheldon there, and is Brittany with us?
She is, and that's fine.
You don't mind waiting? It's probably 10-minute wait.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, perfect. All right, then we'll go to presentations. And we have the chair of the school board with us today, St. Albert Public. So John, why don't you come to the microphone? And I see a PowerPoint up and ready to go.
Hey, so tap the space bar and I'm good to go. All right. So, Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing St. Albert Public Schools to present our capital plan to you as we do every year. This year, no different. Whoops, tapping did nothing. There we go. This year, as in every year, it's a story of growth. St. Albert Public Schools is fast approaching 10,000 students. We will be over 10,000 students in the next school year. The last 4 years, our kindergartens have been the largest they've ever been, and this year they're over 600 for the 4th year in a row. Since 2012, we have grown by over 40%, and today almost 70% of students in St. Albert attend our schools. The story we tell is that the kindergarten cohort of 2014 is now the grade 12 cohort of 950, all that same age group moving forward. So our utilization around the city is over 89%, with 3 schools currently over 100%, and expected future growth means we need new schools. St. Albert Public Schools is growing at a rate of 3% a year, faster than the city itself. Over the last 5 years, we have consistently asked for the same capital priorities: a new high school and a new 900 student K-9. We had to take advantage of the money for the Belrose addition and bumped it up in 2022. But again, in 2023, a 900 student K-9 on the amenities site. And again, in 2024, a 900 student K-9 and a new high school. Now, we have had this year a K-9 awarded to us by the government. We were assigned the Chereau amenities site, and it is fully funded under the Construction Accelerator program and currently in the planning phase. We have had a kickoff letter delivered today for our first meeting with infrastructure. Now, why the amenities site for that school? It's the right place. It's the right size for a school that size for kids that age. It's too small for a high school. And the other potential site in Chereau is a little too close to a future build, which we'll be talking about in a minute. We have some capital plans underway and capital construction. Our Hillgrove connector between the Hill and the Grove will be completed this month. In the autumn of 2026, we'll be finishing our Belrose addition and modernization. We are doing a replacement modular study starting now. And of course, our large K-9 will be getting underway as quickly as possible. As always, we're keen to have municipal and other school division partnerships on sites which are large enough to have those partnerships, expanded gyms, theaters, libraries, a lot of ways we can work together. And now the good stuff. Number one priority, as it has been, 1 or 1A, is the need for a new high school. The plan has always been to replace Paul Kane. We added 250 spaces. To expand Belrose, we added 275 spaces. And now the third high school, a new 1,650 student school, which we'll want to put in Erin Ridge North. Capital plan priorities 2 through 7 are modernizations or additions at Leo Nickerson, Wild Rose, Elmer Gish, Muriel Martin, and Hillgrove. And our 7th is a new K-9 in Riverside, completing the arc of K-9 schools around the north and northeast and northwest. Additionally, we're studying how to deal with our 2,800 students who are currently in modulars, emphasizing the need for more new schools, but we'll replace the oldest modulars as quickly as we can. Schools bring a hub to communities, a significant investment, and property taxes from the people who show. And boy, are they showing. The residents are coming, and we need schools in the right places and the right sizes in order to give them the kind of education that they deserve. And that was a quick run through of all the bells and whistles in our plan. And by golly, this thing is stuck. Look at that, 0-0.
That's perfect. Thank you. I'll open up to questions. This isn't a question. I didn't know you were building a pedway between the Grove and anyway, I'm gonna go check it out. It's gonna open.
Done.
Is it done?
It's done, yeah. It's just ready for inspection, and then the kids will be able to go back and forth between the two buildings without going outside in January.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Council, any questions of John? And Councillor Jolly, just so you know, Crimson and Michael are in the gallery if you want to pepper them with any questions. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks, John, for presenting. Look how easy it is, right?
Oh, yeah, much easier than I thought. I only peed a little.
You did well. 2 questions. When you 616 kindergarten students registered this year, as they move on, like, are they, where are the catchment areas, or could they go wherever they want in the St. Albert public school system, or do you kind of have certain areas that they have to go to?
Crimson can straighten me out if I'm wrong, but we don't have a traditional catchment for the schools. We try to get neighborhood kids in the neighborhood schools as much as possible. And then kids who are already in St. Albert Public Schools moving to their school of choice if they're going from Div 1 or Div 2 to Div 3. Then students from sister school divisions, etc. But I think I got that. There.
You got a thumbs up, which is important.
Yep.
But I guess where I was coming from with that is where are you seeing that growth? Is it particular because, I mean, obviously maybe in our newer areas have younger families, or maybe usually have that alignment. So I'm wondering if a particular school is oversubscribed for the kindergarten, do they have to go to another older school in an older area or an older school, I guess is what I was wondering.
Well, space is an issue when a school is getting full. Sometimes we can split kindergartens when they get to a certain size, and sometimes enrollment closes at that school. You all do a census about every 4 years. Is that more or less?
I think we do it more frequently. but
Yeah. Well, we do one every year. right? The wholly informal census of, oh my gosh, where are the kids coming this year, right? So we know where the families are and we know where the young kids are. And you're not wrong. It's in the Northeast, the Northwest, and now growing in the West as well. That's where the most pressure is.
And I might have to look at Crimson or Michael for this one, but do you know what a cost of a modular is?
Michael,
Two,
Like 250,000, depending on. Depending on.
yeah, 200 to 250,000, Natalie, in case you didn't hear. That's expensive. That's
no
expensive.
kidding.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Well, thank you for your presentation today, Chair Allen. I truly appreciate it. And I wanted to congratulate you on, receiving funding for your K-9 school. It was quite the announcement and certainly appreciate that. So the responsibility of council is really around land use, planning and designation. And so we designate school sites, for example, but the allocation of those school sites is really done by, I believe, the Joint Use and Planning Agreement group. Has your plan been vetted by that group and authorized?
The Joint Use and Planning meeting is coming up next month.
Okay,
Right.
fair enough.
But this site was awarded under the previous capital plan.
Oh,
So thank you for the congratulations. We were very excited to get it after years of poking. Please give us another school. Yeah.
Well, it was a great event. I want you to know it really was. And I like that it's actually planned to look like Demko. I got 3 grandkids in Demko. It's a great school. So
Yeah, it is a nice building.
you
Yeah.
do a great job. So
Make
anyway,
the plan.
congratulations on that. We'll see how it all plays out. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, I see no more questions for you, John. So thank you for joining us.
Mayor, I'll ask a
Oh,
really
go
quick
ahead.
question
Yeah.
just to cause some trouble. So I'm sure that you saw the presentation the other week from the Catholic School Board, and they're looking to maintain that Chiro site as a high school site, which is what it is right now. I don't know. Like, is that something that folks are talking about behind the scenes? Just because it hasn't been decided yet?
Well, I actually understand from the presentation that Lydia made that their first priority is a K-9 in Riverside. Their second priority is a high school in Chiro. And when she spoke about it, she spoke about the 10-acre site, which is the southern site in Chiro. So I know for years, the amenity site has been tagged and high school. And for years we have said, and school, please. For the purposes of a school the size that we need to build high schools, it would take the entire amenity site. It's a 25-acre site, and we're looking for 20 acres just for the school. It's a big building. You can see looking at Kane what those buildings are like. So for that site, the K-9 is perfect. It's going to be full of young families. The 10-acre site may be appropriate for their smaller high school. But as I understand from their presentation, that was the direction they took when we were awarded our school on the amenity site.
Okay, I'm probably confused then. I'll have to talk to some more folks. Thanks so much.
Okay.
It's okay. All right, I see no more further questions after that. So thank you, John, for joining us. See you
Thank
next
you very
year.
much.
I'm sure we'll see you before next year, but for your annual update.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll see you in May for the joint school meeting. All right, we will jump now. And of course, if there's any questions from John's presentation, we can get to that when we get to business arising. But because we have the time specific, we have our lovely auditors, Brittany Keelan and Sheldon Jacobs with us from KPMG. So I'm not sure, I see your camera on, Sheldon. So are you doing the presentation?
It'll be a joint presentation,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you for waiting. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. It's our pleasure as the external auditors of the City of St. Albert to present our audit findings for fiscal 2024. Our audit findings are specific to the consolidated financial statements, which are prepared by administration. And our findings report this afternoon really does build on the planning report that we presented to Council on October 1st. Before we jump into the presentation, I'd like to first thank administration for their efforts with respect to the financial reporting activities, as well as working through our audit responsibilities with us for fiscal 2024. Without that assistance, it would be very difficult for us to complete our work. So moving into our presentation, we'll touch on the high points as the document was circulated to Council before the meeting. So if we go to the highlight slide, in this highlight slide, we really have kind of three components to it. First is the status of our audit efforts. So as of today's date, we are virtually complete our audit. We have a few loose ends that we're just tidying up this afternoon, but for all intents and purposes, we do expect to report today on our audit, and our auditor's report will be dated April 15th, 2025. The other two components of this slide really focus on any items that have changed since our audit plan or any significant items that we feel need to be brought to the attention of Council, and any matters that we are planning to discuss a little bit further in our presentation. So anything that's with a black slider are items that we're not going to discuss any further because those items were either not significant or not relevant to our 2024 audit. And just want to say that there were no changes to the plan that we had presented in October. We did execute according to plan with no significant modifications. And the items in pink are items that Brittany is going to walk through Council here in a moment or two. So moving on to the next slide. When this document was circulated to Council, we had a few outstanding items that we're working on. Those have largely been wrapped up. As I mentioned, we do have a couple loose ends that we're just tidying up here this afternoon, but do expect to be fully complete later today. In addition to reporting on the consolidated financial statements, we also audit the St. Albert Library Board's financial statements, and that audit is complete. And I actually presented to the Library Board on March 26th on the findings for the Library Board, and there was no significant findings as a result of that audit. In conjunction with the audit of the financial statements, we also audit what's called a Municipal Financial Information Return, which is a standardized form that all municipalities in Alberta have to prepare and provide to Alberta Municipal Affairs. That audit is, again, substantially complete. We wrap that up at the same time we do the financial statement audit. We also do an audit of program reporting for family and community support services, and that audit is completed. And then every 3 years, we have to perform specific procedures, audit procedures required by Alberta Pensions Administration on certain payroll records associated with the local authorities pension plan. And that audit is substantially complete, and we'll be wrapping that up within the reporting timeline that's required by Alberta Pensions Administration. So that really is to provide you kind of an overview of where we're at. For all intents and purposes, like I said, with respect to the financial statements, we are complete and we'll be issuing our auditor's report dated today. So we'll move into some more of the details behind the audit and some of the insights into the audit, and I'll ask Brittany to present those items to Council.
Great, thank you very much. So page 6 of our report here discusses a number of new accounting standards that were adopted in 2024, and they're consistent with our audit plan. Each of these were evaluated and implemented by administration, and we reviewed their analysis and evaluated the incremental disclosures required, as well as provided some suggestions which were included within the financial statements. The most significant of these standards is 3400, which provides some additional guidance for recognition of revenue. But overall, there was no significant impact to the financial statements as a result of the adoption of these standards, including the revenue standard. There are a few new standards that come into effect in the coming years. And that includes the conceptual framework and financial statement presentation. We expect the adoption of these standards to have a fairly significant impact on the structure, classification, and presentation of public sector financial statements, and we will be working with administration to provide guidance as they prepare for that adoption. I'll flip ahead here to page 9. And this includes the 2 uncorrected misstatements that were identified in our audit. So the first is a carry forward impact of a misstatement related to an unrecorded liability that was identified last year. It was left uncorrected last year on the basis of immateriality, and then the related expenses were recorded in 2024, such that the cumulative results are now correct. But a misstatement just exists because the expenses were recorded in 2024 instead of 2023. So that will no longer be present going forward. And the second item relates to a presentation difference regarding a loan provided by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in connection with the Clean Energy Improvement Program. It was classified as a deposit liability instead of as long-term debt, and administration intends to correct that presentation in the next fiscal year. All right, this page speaks to the concept of control deficiencies, and we define a control deficiency or lack of control as something that does not allow management to prevent or detect misstatements. So with that in mind, wanted to give council an update on the observations we had brought forward in previous years, starting on page 11 here. The first relates to a deficiency identified last year that led to the unrecorded liabilities misstatement. Typically, when a misstatement is identified, a control deficiency also exists. And in 2024, we did not identify any unrecorded liabilities, and we consider this matter to be closed. The next observation is one that has been carried forward for several years. In the past, the city was not provided with costing information from developers when infrastructure was contributed to the city. As a result, they used historical costs or average costs as a proxy for the value of those assets contributed. And in 2024, happy to report that administration had fully implemented a process for developers to submit that costing information, and they utilized these costs to measure those assets contributed. So as a result, this matter is also closed. The last item relates to asset retirement obligations, which council may recall was a standard that was adopted in the prior year. And in the prior year, we had identified some contradictory evidence related to the assumption of the expected timing of retirement activities. So in the current year, administration updated this estimate to better reflect when they believe the retirement activities will occur. And they noted that the impact of revising that assumption did not have a significant change in the amount of the obligation. And as a result, they chose not to revise the assumptions actually used in the measurement as reported in the financial statements. So provided that administration continues to reevaluate assumptions used each reporting period and verifies that any changes in the assumptions to better reflect expectations doesn't have a significant impact, we will consider this matter closed. All right. Our report includes a number of appendices, which I wasn't planning to go through in detail. We have a copy of our auditor's report, which is a clean audit opinion. And the appendices also include a copy of the draft management representation letter, which we expect to be signed today. And then lastly, we've included some thought leadership materials and some information on KPMG's audit quality and other insights that might be of interest to council. That concludes our presentation. We appreciate the opportunity to work with the City of St. Albert as your external auditors and would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you both. And Brittany, I apologize. I introduced you as Brittany Keelan, but your name says Southworth, so I don't know which one is correct.
Yeah, fairly recent name change.
Okay, congratulations, I guess.
Thank you.
As you guys both know, probably, we generally have very few questions, but I will open it up to my council. Even Sheena has nothing. We're good? Councillor Jolly, you're good? All right, thank you both.
Thank
There
you.
is Associated motion, sir.
This item was just for information, and then item 9.1 has a motion.
Right, okay, so 9.1 is the audited financial statements and year-end annual report, and I'm going to turn that over to you, Mr. Fletcher. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Bear with me. I'm going to share my screen or die trying. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. I'm joined today by Stella Tam, and together we will present an overview of the corporate annual report and then the audited financial statements. The corporate annual report is a submission to the Government Financial Officers Association, GFOA, required by the Municipal Government Act. And the annual report provides an overview of the city's corporate and financial accomplishments throughout the year. Presentation is organized into three broad components: service delivery highlights, an overview of your strategic plan highlights, and then ultimately finishing with the city's audited consolidated financial statements. In the following slides, I'll provide a few highlights of our service delivery over the course of the year. As you know, the delivery of services is defined by your mandated service and service levels, and it is an essential component of our efforts. Service delivery takes the lion's share of our capacity and resource allocations. St. Albertans continue to be well served through 2024 and into 2025, with over 150 distinct services delivered. As you can see by the graphs, in 2024, the total number of permits issued reached 6,877, marking the highest number of permits issued in the last 5 years. This reflects an upward trend in permit issuance and indicates increased growth and development activity across the city. Focusing in on assessment growth, our growth has increased to 2.99% in 2024, also indicative of growth in our community. The city remains committed to the health and well-being of our residents and continues to work with different levels of government and community agencies to provide support and resources to our residents. Some of these programs include the subsidy program, which supports low-income individuals and families in participating in city recreation facilities and programs, as well as local and commuter transit services. In 2024, 2,466 residents accessed the subsidy programs, reflecting the ongoing need and high demand of financial support. While participation remained consistent with 2023, the program continues to provide vital assistance. In 2024, participation in the mental health first aid and Safe Talk programs remained strong, continuing to be valued in our community. New initiatives like the Empathy Project and Soulfire further supported mental health education and youth engagement. The city diverts waste from landfill through organic waste diversion and recycling programs and provides a centralized site where residents can bring yard waste, recyclables, and hazardous materials. In 2024, landfill diversion rates declined slightly compared to 2023, continuing the gradual downward trend observed since 2019. While seasonal factors and contamination challenges certainly impacted our overall diversion efforts, the rates remain within acceptable parameters for the city. The city coordinates annual programming opportunities to encourage community environmental stewardship and conservation. In 2024, St. Albert residents had the opportunity to participate in 7 events: Clean and Green, Riverfest, Partners in Parks, Weed Warrior events, a rain barrel sale, Bike Month, community tree planting, and neighborhood and school cleanups. In 2024, the Arden Theatre was alive with energy, hosting 357 events that brought nearly 75,000 people together in the heart of downtown St. Albert. From the Lively Plaza series to the Inspiring Presenters series and 78 community-led events, the theatre remained a place where people came to connect, celebrate, and enjoy the arts. The Arden Theatre reached a 70% cost recovery throughout 2024. The 43rd International Children's Festival of the Arts welcomed more than 17,000 attendees, showcased over 65 incredible artists, and ran smoothly thanks to 334 dedicated volunteers. The Amplify program continued to empower young voices, engaging 168 youth in creative projects across the city. Finally, in 2024, recreation program participation continued a steady recovery. Notably, the aquatics program experienced significant growth after overcoming the impacts of previous facility renovations, while both fitness and general recreation participation remained steady. St. Albert's Transit annual ridership measures the number of commuter and local trips. St. Albert Transit primarily monitors the number of commuter trips. The number of local trips is calculated using an assumption of 18% of the total commuter trips, and this assumption is validated every 3 years through a passenger survey. In 2024, the annual ridership was 1.2 million, which is an increase of 10.6% compared to 2023, and an increase of 17% compared to pre-pandemic levels. Emergency services continues to play a crucial role in ensuring the safety and resilience of our community through effective preparedness, response, and recovery strategies. Fire services responded to a total of 9,774 incidents through 2024, representing a 5.26% increase over 2023. In 2024, the volume of 911 calls was relatively consistent with previous years, with year-over-year increases expected as our population continues to grow. Employee retention rate measures the number of employees who choose to remain with the city as a percentage of the total number of full-time employees specifically. The permanent employee retention rate for the past several years has been between 92 and 96%. In 2024 specifically, it was 95.4%, which represents an increase of 3.4% compared to 2023, which is the highest retention rate in the last 6 years. As noted on the screen, the Certificate of Recognition audit focused specifically on health and safety was passed with a score of 83%. And we continue to focus on inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility with the development of our strategy and implementation plan expected through 2025. And I have no notes for this slide, so I will give you a few minutes simply to read it. But I wanted to provide some data. I know that council is broadly aware of a lot of this, but I think for the public, it's useful often to see the scope and the scale of the work that city administration does on their behalf throughout 2024.
That should be made into a poster.
Make it no poster. All right, Mayor, thank you. We'll put that on the next slide for next year and we'll make a poster. I'll move on now to provide highlights on the progress made towards achieving the priorities outlined in your strategic plan. Each is advanced by the key projects that were undertaken based on the intent of each priority. We started in 2024 with 29 active projects to continue to advance your strategic plan. By the end of 2024, 10 remained in progress, 6 were complete, 3 new projects were begun, 9 projects were planned to start in future years, specifically looking at the out years in 2025 to 2027, and 1 project was stopped as per council direction. I'll now briefly go through each of your priorities. Priority 1, economic prosperity, which was designed to support investment positive environment that encourages economic growth and development of new and existing sectors. The highlights, you'll probably know what I'm going to say next, is Lakeview Business District servicing. Your approval of $62.7 million in infrastructure servicing to service the Lakeview Business District, funding secured and construction preparation underway. Regional and sub-regional economic development, which is the collaborative economic development framework that I believe I would be presenting to you a little bit later on in the agenda, and MOU are being finalized for council consideration. In fact, they are finalized because I'm presenting it today. St. Albert West ASP and neighborhood plans. With the approved ASP in September of last year, work continues on detailed neighborhood plans for the Badgerlands and Lakeview, extending through to Q1, Q2 March this year, excuse me. And finally, updating the land use bylaw with the new land use bylaw approved in October of 2024. Next steps continue to focus on the implementation tools, communication materials, and internal system updates. Focusing on your second priority of downtown vibrancy, designed to foster a downtown where people come to live, gather, celebrate, shop, and do business. Projects planned to advance downtown vibrancy priority have been completed, including the presentation of the downtown area redevelopment plan to the Standing Committee of the Whole. Work also took place to explore the development of the Millennium Park, with council deciding not to pursue that particular option. And I should note again, you will hear very shortly from the Downtown Business Association as they look at enabling downtown vibrancy with their hard work. Focusing on to priority 3, community well-being, which is designed to respond to changing demographics, accommodate the diverse needs of our residents, and continue to foster an inclusive community where everyone has an opportunity to fully participate and feel welcome. And this includes communicating and engaging in a meaningful and transparent ways with the community. Oh, my apologies. St. Thomas Street mixed market housing. Significant progress was made on the mixed market housing project forecast for 22 St. Thomas Street, with council approving $2.84 million contribution from the city stabilization reserve in addition to the land value, which would be donated to support the construction of the housing. Advocacy continues with community engagement efforts continued to secure provincial funding and support. Indigenous reconciliation, synergistic partnerships, important steps were taken to advance reconciliation action plan and Indigenous framework, including the formation of a working group and installation of the Every Child Matters sidewalk in downtown St. Albert. Relationship building with First Nations and Métis communities have continued, with work underway to establish our Indigenous advisory capacity in future years. Community social needs assessment was completed, including a What We Heard report, a demographic fact sheet, and the development of a 10-year community social roadmap. And the inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility strategy in partnership with the Colborne Institute at Northwest College is ongoing. Adapting to a changing natural environment to build resiliency that allows the city to prepare for and respond to climate change and ensure the vitality of our land, river, and natural resources and resilient infrastructure for future generations. Initiatives supporting this priority were complete in prior years, except for the development of a resilient infrastructure long-range strategy, which is scheduled to begin in 2026. We have continued to deliver services to the community and advance initiatives from the Green Environment Long-Range Strategies to support the overall outcome of this priority. Financial stability ensures responsible and transparent fiscal management, decision-making, and long-term financial sustainability that allows the city to respond to changes to revenue sources. The long-term debt strategy in 2024, the city updated its management council priority policy, setting internal limits for total debt servicing and for tax-supported debt servicing to support long-term financial sustainability and generational equity. The asset management team completed software evaluations for our enterprise maintenance management in October of 2024, with procurement planned for Q1 of 2025, with implementation beginning within the next month. Maturing asset management practice continued through work with asset owners to develop plans for managing all manner of assets across the entire spectrum of the city operations. Enhancing our records and information management practice project continued with the finalization of our digitization directive, supporting procedures and employee communication commenced. A review of our SharePoint and Teams usage was complete, with the next steps planned for 2025. The procurement audit implementation phases 1 and 2. The progress on implementing recommendations from the procurement audit continued, with the goods and services training module launched to promote best practices, and draft purchasing processes and directives were shared with more frequent users for feedback before full rollout across the organization. And I should note that I think a more fulsome update was provided to the Internal Audit Steering Committee at the last meeting. And finally, as we look at multi-year budgeting, this project began in 2024 with internal stakeholder engagement to assess our current approach and external research to learn from the experience of others. Information gathered will be used in 2025 to formally mature a multi-year budget and related process. This concludes my portion of the presentation, and if you'll bear with us for about 20 seconds, I will stop sharing and turn it over to Stella Tam, Financial Operations Controller, who will take you to the 2024 audited consolidated financial statements.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm here this afternoon to present the 2024 audited consolidated financial statements, which are included in the annual report along with supporting notes and schedules. These consolidated statements include the city operations, its utilities, the library, and the Arts and Heritage Foundation. The city's financial position in 2024 remains strong, with net financial assets at $83 million. These net assets consist of the city's financial assets of $293 million, less its liabilities of $210 million. The city also has non-financial assets, which include tangible capital assets, prepaids, and inventories of materials and supplies totaling over $1 billion. This has resulted in an accumulated surplus or municipal equity of $1.4 billion. This accumulated surplus is not operating surplus, but an accumulation of the city's assets over time. I will break this down a little more in the next few slides. In 2024, the city's financial assets increased slightly by 18.8 million from 2023 as a result of an increase in cash and cash equivalents of 31.7 million, offset by a decrease in investments by 12 million and a small decrease of accounts receivable of 0.8 million. The increase in cash and decrease in investments is due to maturing investments kept in the bank as rates were more favorable than the short-term investments. This slide shows a more detailed breakdown of our cash and investments. 61 million is sitting in the 0 to 90 days, which consists mainly of cash and cash equivalents. Cash equivalents are made up of high interest savings accounts and investments. 72 million in short-term investments in the 181 days to 3 years, and 142 million in our long-term bond portfolios, which range from 3 to 10 years. The city staggers the investment maturities to ensure cash availability for both short-term and long-term cash needs. Our short-term investment average rates range from 4.17% to 6.35%, while long-term investment average rates range from 1.55% to 8.12%. On the liability side, we had 210 million in liabilities, which is a 13.2 million increase from 2023 due to the following. Long-term debt increased by 7 million as more debt was taken out in 2024 compared to 2023. Off-site levies increased by 6.9 million due to more developer contributions for transportation and sanitary sewer. Accounts payable and accrued liabilities decreased by 2.9 million due mostly to timing of vendor payments. Last year, we had a one-time accounting accrual adjustment for employee benefit, while this year was just a small adjustment. Our long-term debt totals 97.6 million at the end of 2024. In the past year, we took out new debt of 16.7 million for the following 3 projects: North St. Albert Trail of 10 million, North St. Albert Corridor Management of 3 million, and Fountain Park Recreation Center of 3.7 million. Our current debt limit for 2024 is 373 million, and we have only used 98 million, which is only 26% of the provincial limit. And debt servicing limit is 62 million, and we have only used 13 million, which is only 21% of the provincial limit. Now over to the city's non-financial assets, which increased by 43.9 million from 2023. This increase is largely due to the increase in tangible capital assets, or TCA. The majority of the TCA balance is made up of buildings, engineered structures, and land. The main categories that make up the increase are as follows. Engineered structures increased from 2023 by 67 million. This was due to 25 million for the pump station and reservoir rehab, and developer contributed assets of 17 million for Sherritt, Riverside Developments, and Jensen Lakes, 9 million for North St. Albert Trail, and 4.6 million for water networks level of service. Building improvements also increased by 6 million due to the St. Albert Place renovations. Assets under construction decreased by 7.3 million as the pump station and reservoir rehab was put into service during the year. Overall, the city's accumulated surplus or municipal equity increased by 49.4 million from 2003 to 2024. The majority of accumulated surplus is made up of over 1 billion equity and tangible capital assets. This is your TCA, less your depreciation, less your debt. 188 million in reserves. These reserves include both operating and capital reserves. The statement of operations and accumulated surplus shows the city's revenues and expenses on a consolidated basis. The top portion of the statement focuses on the consolidated operating revenues and expenses of the city, which resulted in an annual surplus before capital revenue of 6.2 million. Adding in the city's capital revenue of 43.1 million, which includes contributed tangible capital assets, developer contributions and levies, and capital government transfers. Contributed tangible capital assets are assets donated to the city from developers such as land, road, and utilities. Some of the most significant capital revenue received was the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, MSI, of 8.8 million. Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF, which was formerly SGTF, of 7 million, and the Investment in Canada Infrastructure of 2 million. This resulted in an annual surplus of 49.3 million. This annual surplus is different than the operating surplus as it includes capital revenue and non-cash items, such as amortization and contributed assets. and consolidation of the library and the Arts and Heritage Foundation financial results. In conclusion, the city ended 2024 in a strong financial position due to being fiscally responsible and proactive to reduce expenditures and address reduced revenues. More detailed variants and explanations on the functional departments can be found in the fourth quarter report that was presented to council on February 11th. This now concludes my presentation and we'll take any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Stella. Open it up for questions. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Just, I'm hoping a quick one. So on slide 20, you talked about the long-term debt. And so we've been discussing the long-term debt about how we're maxing out on it. And we're having long-term debt planning issues, et cetera. But then that slide seems to give us the impression that it's quite the opposite. So can we just, for anybody watching at home, just explain how those two are actually still correct?
Yes.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. So the outstanding debt that shows on our financial statements is just the debt that we have actually taken out to date. But what you're referring to is the fact that we have already committed to future debt. So some of these projects that were referenced are not fully complete. So we know we still have more debt to take out on those projects. So when we're doing our analysis, we're looking at everything that's already been pre-committed towards our total limit, not just what we've taken. But for financial statement purposes, we only show what we've actually taken to date.
So how much have we committed to because it's like, because we haven't even began Lakeview, for example, right? So Lakeview's 62 million. And then we have the fire hall. Have we actually started getting debt on the fire hall yet? So
the only debt we've taken on the fire hall was for the purchase of the land, but not for any of the other equipment and buildings yet. But whenever we've been presenting our debt strategy information to Standing Committee of the Whole and to council, we've included all of the ones that council has actually made approval for those projects to be funded through debt. Other ones that are like future consideration are not sort of included in that number. Only the ones that council is actually committed to by motion.
okay, so if I was to summarize, I'm thinking about this just off the top of my head. I'm thinking that there's probably close to $100 million of uncommitted or committed but not actually applied debt that's still to be added. And then we also have, just when we discuss the plan, other plans that we recognize are probably going to have to go into debt if it's approved, and therefore we're really closer to the maximum in the future, but just not today. Would that be fair?
Fair, although I won't validate the number without being able to go back and take a look at where we're at. But there's definitely a bunch of money that's already committed of that debt, and we can certainly get an updated amount back to council, maybe through an IR.
Sure. Just if you get an update, just let us know. Cause I'm just trying to do the math here. So we're like 62, that's 20, that's up to 82. And then we just did one like the transit little guy. And that was how much? That was over 10 million, right? So that's 92. And then we haven't finished doing Ray Gibbon Drive, have we? And we still have the St. Albert Trail to finish. So I'm just guessing that 100 million is probably a safe bet off the top of my
I
head.
believe that most of the Ray Gibbon Drive debt, I think, has been taken, because now we're
Okay.
to the portion where the
Okay.
Yeah, we're at
All unit.
31 and I think we're only committed to 30.
Okay. Well, we're
27.
close to 100 million, let's put it that way, ish, give or take, 100 million-ish. If you can actually do an ish to next to the word 100 million, but okay. So just so people understand. So we only have actually taken on this much. We're currently paying it off. We have committed to more, which has not yet been applied because we haven't actually spent the funds yet. And we also have a plan to do additional debt because of infrastructure needs in the future. And we've considered all of that in our long-term debt plan.
that is correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, and you show those projections when we did the debt strategy.
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Going back to just the report or the presentation here on page 5 of 6 of the package. There's a listing of basically overview. And then there's one at the end. I think I understand what it means, but maybe you can just explain why it was different so much in 2023 and 24. These increases were offset by a decrease in corporate financing of 4.6 due mainly to a one-time accounting accrual adjustment in 2023 and only a small adjustment required in 24. So that's on page 5 of 6, and it's just on the
Yes, this was just for this employee sick leave accrual that we had to do last year. Benefits, so we had booked it last year, and this year, every year we'll just need a small adjustment. So that's why that offset, there was a lot larger last year. So it's just an accounting related adjusting entry that we do.
what got me, I understand adjustment, but why in 2023 such a big one and now back to normal? Was there something that happened?
Well, last year, the sick leave benefit accrual was identified by KPMG and we had booked it last year. So we booked everything all at once last year statements. And then every year we just adjust it based on the discount rate.
Okay, well, that's the answer. I appreciate that.
Okay, I see KPMG still here if you want to ask them.
No, I mean, the answer is the answer. I read it and I said, geez, something happened in 2023. So if it's directed by the accountants or
Non-cash.
auditors, yeah, okay, fair enough. Mr. Fletcher, there was a slide in your presentation about the number of calls by the fire services. Did I catch the number correctly? 9,500 or something like that? I tried to write it down as quick as I could.
9,778.
Outstanding. Divide that by 365. And that's one busy units over there.
9,774. That's what I gave just to see there, but it's very close.
I'm sorry, you missed 4.
That's amazing to me. I mean, that's
That's a
27
lot every
or
day.
that's
And that is total
28
call,
a day.
total call volume across EMS and fire service.
Oh, okay.
And so that is everything.
Oh,
that we
okay.
respond to.
All right, thanks. And then my last question, so the auditor said that the management letter should be signed today, and I see that
It's in my calendar. I noticed.
everybody's okay with signing it, I guess? Perfect. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, any more questions of Mr. Fletcher? Okay, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of preparation goes into this, and this is a really good news story. And as we move into preparation of next year's budget, do we anticipate any, I mean, we've seen a lot of increases. For example, sales and user fees increased by 6.8 million, licensing and permits increased by 2 million due to development growth. Outside of the big tariffs issue and scare, do you see as you formulate the 2026 budget that are we predicting a little bit of modest growth or continued growth, or is there any way we can anticipate it or forecast anything like that at this particular time?
Yeah, thank you, Council. Perhaps I'll start with an answer and I can be backed up. So I think not being an accountant, right? I think trending is important, right? And so it's important that we don't make sort of reactions based on 1 year's worth of data. We need to see the trend before we actually make those adjustments. Having said that, we're working very hard to try and understand what the implications of last year were and apply them to this year, right? In terms of sort of that risk tolerance and how ultimately we look budgeting forward, we do not know. I'm not sure anybody knows what the long-term implications of the current instability in North America are, global markets, et cetera. And so we'll work the best we can with what we do know. In terms of overall growth, we think it will be generally fairly consistent. I think there was probably a bit of anomaly last year in terms of our resident growth, but you'll hear about that from Mr. Bannerman when he starts talking ultimately about our assessment. And so, again, I would caution that we just need to be careful in terms of trending. Please feel free to jump in from that.
No, I agree with Bill. 2024 was an anomaly and we'll monitor and review the variances as if they're sustainable, we'll build it into the next budget cycle.
Thank you.
All right. I see no further questions. There is a motion here to accept this, to approve this, sorry. This financial statements. Councillor Killick, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That the AR 25 147 audited financial statements and year-end annual report as presented for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2024 be approved.
All right, I'll accept that. Any comments?
Yes, thank you. Thank the auditor and Mr. Fletcher for a quick update of a full year's worth of work. In particular, the report from Mr. Fletcher summarizes all of the work that was done to meet council priorities, which is the main focus of the subjects: economic prosperity, community well-being, environment, financial strategy, and my personal favorite, downtown vibrancy. So appreciate all the information that was provided. 20 or 30-minute presentation for a whole year's worth of work. Really doesn't sum it up, but we did see tremendous growth across our whole city and all of the services, 150 baseline services that are provided by every member of staff in the city for our residents. So these are highlighted some major items as well, but just delivering basic services is a massive undertaking. And the city administration and everyone on the team is to be commended for delivering those services to our residents and delivering on the city council priorities for 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. Councillor Hughes.
Just really quickly. So I think it's great that it's only a 20-minute presentation, that you're just saying what we did and not having to explain why it was done wrong. So when we have an annual report and we're just explaining this is what we've accomplished and we don't have a ton of questions to have to justify what went wrong, that's a great news story. And that's what we typically have. So we've kind of taken that for granted, but that's really what we experience on an annual basis. And it's just because of the amount of work that goes on behind the background to make sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted. And I also understand that the first 3 months of every year, finance has got their busier than a one-arm paper hanger. They're just so busy trying to make sure that everything's done correctly behind the scenes. So much of this is because of the processes that we have in place and the work that we have and the standards that we've created, that we can actually summarize everything in 20 minutes and then move on to the next item. The other thing I just want to say really quickly, just as a total aside, is that when you put the green, lime green, if you can put dark font on that, that would be really helpful for reading. Just a little note there. That's all. Thank you.
Kind of blending the two topics together, the auditor's report and the financial statements. Diane, what did you say? This is the first year ever that finance has no, what do you call those? Management? Yeah, no homework. Say it again, because I think it's a good news story.
Yeah, it's just, recommendations the auditors will find for improvements or errors that need to be.
Yeah, they usually carry over and you have something to work on, but get the year off.
Yeah, we were able to close off all of the outstanding ones and we didn't have any new ones brought up.
Yeah,
this year,
I think
so.
you guys should be very proud of that. And Mr. Fletcher wasn't joking, that one slide with all the speech bubbles, be great social media post. It was really interesting to just kind of have a quick glance at, oh my God, how much you guys are doing. So yeah. Councillor Killick, well said. I'll let you close.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Okay, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. Okay, let's flip back to where I said we would go. We're going to move 10.2, which is bylaw 14, the business improvement area budget and tax rate bylaw next, and then we'll come back to business arising. So I do have Shannon here, and is Elena online or is it just you doing all the work today?
Elena has a sick baby.
Okay, all right.
So she stuck me up here alone.
So Shannon's going to give us their budget and go over some of the changes, and she'll stick around for a few questions, and then we'll take it over to Mr. Bannerman. Here he is for the actual bylaw to set the levy. Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
With the budget.
Is there a slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, an Excel PowerPoint.
Ooh.
Well, I guess to start off with, I'll go over last year.
Well, I thought as we're waiting, I'll take a chance. Normally we do this at the end. I'm gonna thank you. This is obviously a priority for council, especially Council Killick, obviously. But all of us really, that we want the downtown, and the work that you guys are doing, the board of the BIA is volunteer work, taking time away from your businesses. But I think, you know, in the long run, it's gonna be, gotta admit, Mike, so you get in, is gonna improve the downtown. It's slow but sure, but I think what you guys are doing is amazing. So I just wanted to send my thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a little bumpy there. At first, it's new for everybody. It's new for
Yeah.
us. It's new for the city. So we did have a little bit of a carryover from last year of about $12,862. And that was just because the funds came in a little bit late. Again, just those growing pains. The lighting was really a huge priority for us last year, the big lighting project. Both businesses. Oh, there it is, so tiny.
It's coming. We just
Businesses
make
and
it bigger.
residents actually really loved the lighting project. It really helped to brighten it up down there.
There we go.
Ta-da!
Okay. Here's your budget for the year.
Here's my budget. Okay, so with the business fees, we've allotted.
Can we make it any bigger, Mike? I mean, we have it in our package, but I don't know if anybody's watching that might be squinting.
Ta-da.
There we go. Thanks.
So 22,400, that's still based on the $200 per business.
Okay.
And then the city's matching funds are in there. And then again, the $12,269 carryover, just with that delay. So with administration, there is a lot of going around, handing out flyers, trying to get people aware, trying to get people involved. We are seeing more people from other businesses become involved, which is nice. We did manage to get our website up and going, counting and auditing, obviously we need to do. And we also agreed to contribute the $500 towards the Alberta Tourism Grant to help the city hopefully get that. That was a requirement for us. Fall and winter lighting, obviously that's still got to go up. We did push a little bit more in there because we did want to add a few more lights. The nice thing about it is we will move forward to own the lights. So it is a little bit extra upfront, but while we have the city's matching funds, I think it's a good investment. Summer and winter activation. Last year we did the Snowflake Festival. We helped out with that in the winter. And then also we're looking at doing an Explore Downtown event in September and really trying to build community, not competition within the businesses downtown. So a lot of that's going to go towards the summer activation as well as the Snowflake Festival. And we're also going to try and do some events downtown. Marketing, we have $5,000 in there. Last year, we did spend some on social media. The chamber's given us for free the use of their billboard. So we do have our marketing director changing that regularly. We also did a window competition, hoping to continue to do more of those, getting everybody involved. And then we still want to do a seating area. We didn't get to that last year. And then we do have a reserve fund just in case we do run short anywhere or for future years if we want to put it towards something bigger or lighting replacements. Pretty simple.
That's all you got.
That's all I got.
Okay, so now we can open up to questions. You skipped by really fast. Event activation, 7,500. Do you want to give us kind of an idea what you're thinking about?
So we're looking at an Explore Downtown. So Leah from the Art Gallery as well as Chelsea from Wild Roots have been working together. We've gotten a few Zoom meetings with the restaurants and we want to get the rest of the community. So we're hoping to do like a full 1 week event and then close it with a big something. So we want to have a draw down there for a concert or something that will go down and get people to experience not just downtown. I know the farmers market and the Arden does a lot of that, but just also the businesses downtown. There's a lot of really unique small businesses downtown that I think people forget about. So a lot of that's going to go into marketing and building it and try to get that business community together as well.
Awesome. Okay. Councilor Maskey, you got a question?
Comments, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting to us today. And I want to commend you for getting the tourism contact too, because that's so important for downtown. And just a couple things I wanted to mention on the side, the banners downtown will be going up fairly soon, like just in a matter of weeks. And the artists that have designed those, there's been interviews and lots of good feedback on it. So that should promote your downtown as well. And then I just wanted to mention that the last few years, the rodeo has the stores or businesses decorating for the parade or for rodeo days. And then they run the contest and they go around and judge the businesses. In the last few years, there's been a couple downtown, but I just want to relay if your downtown businesses are, not aware, it would be wonderful to see a whole bunch of them decorate up for rodeo.
We're gonna really try, they had that with the window decorated competition with the snowflake previously. Not a lot of traction on it. We did throw some cash prizes in there and it really helped. It really got people involved in a fun way. So we're hoping to use some of that marketing budget again towards the rodeo.
Right.
And getting people to dress up or dress their businesses up. Again, just to kind of create that very unique culture vibe downtown.
Right. And then they can win a prize not out of your funds.
Yeah, right?
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions of Shannon? Awesome. I don't think we actually approve your budget. We just approve I guess pseudo we do by approving the tax levy, but I see no more questions, so I don't think
Okay.
anyone's, okay, awesome.
I'm free.
Thank you for sticking around. Okay, so now we're gonna go over to you, Stephen. And Mike's here if anyone wants to ask Mike questions.
Okay, I got the easy part. I don't have a presentation that could be better than the board members. So per regulation 93, 2016, administration recommends that bylaw 14, 2025 be read 3 times. Just one administrative issue on the report. It mentions that the mail out will be May 28th. We're just moving that date up to May 16th with other property tax rate or other properties in the city of St. Albert. And there's no other recommendation.
So essentially, and Shannon said it, but the levy stays exactly the same this year, $200 per business, right?
Correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Mike, you want to add to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could just clarify, so as part of the agenda report, so the first recommendation is that the BIA's budget as attached within the agenda report be approved. So council does have to approve their
Yep.
budget as.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah. And then Mr.
And
Ben,
then 14 is the bylaw that sets the tax rate.
correct.
I think I remember the MGA says we have to approve the, you're right. Okay. Councillor Killick is eager to. Oh, go ahead, Natalie. I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. I just have a quick question. And I know we can't change anything because of the MGA, but are there any advocacy efforts looking at kind of flexibility when it's, a small business is sharing space? I know we've heard from businesses just like single person. I know there's like psychologists sharing rooms downtown, and each person has to pay that $200 fee, which can get quite expensive when you're just trying to share a room. Is there any advocacy happening to try to lessen the burden on those folks?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the city of St. Albert has participated in some advocacy programs regarding the BIA regulation. So the regulation itself is under review by the province right now, and we've responded to the provincial requests. There's nothing to do as of right now. If you're a business and you're located within the BIA area,
Yeah.
whether you're 1 square foot or 100 square feet, you're certainly receiving the levy.
And those are part of the discussions at that table?
Those are part of the discussions, the entire regulations under review currently.
Great, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Could be an AP Muni's resolution. It's MGA stuff. Yeah. Okay, turning it over to you, Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That the proposed 2025 BAA budget as attachment to agenda report entitled Business Improvement Area Budget and Tax Rate Bylaw dated April 15th, 2025 be approved.
All right, I'll accept that motion. Anything to add?
Just simply that this is carry on of the collecting the $200 from our business tax roll and keeping in mind that, you know, it's less than 60 cents a day. And I think most of the businesses that we talk to in the downtown area see good value in that, and they really appreciate the ongoing support of matching funds for from the city, even though it is decreasing in 2025 to the 75% level. So good strong investment for and return on our investment. I've already seen the patio open in front of Bread Love, so it's nice to
Where?
Bread Love.
Ah,
You can go and have a cup of coffee and sit outside.
nice. Anyone else on receiving the budget as information? Or sorry, approving it? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Councillor Killick, are you willing to do with the bylaw as well? Okay. That passes unanimously. Okay, first reading of the bylaw?
That bylaw 14/2025 be read a first time.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay. Call for the vote. Now we're gonna race, Renee. You're gonna have to keep up with us. Motion passes unanimously. Second reading?
That bylaw 14/2025 be read a second time.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Anyone keen on unanimous consent? Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll keep it on this side of the bench. That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 14/2025.
I could totally make a joke about left leaning and call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to my colleague for getting us through unanimous consent. That bylaw 14/2025 be read a third time.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. All right, that's done. We're good. Okay, let's get us back in order. Hopefully you're following along. We are now on agenda item 4, which is business arising from the presentation. So if there was any questions related to the public school board presentation, now's the time to ask. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Fletcher. Just maybe describe the process for allocating school sites. I mean, council doesn't do that. Maybe just explain the process.
Yeah, thank you very much. And certainly Mr. Slatt can jump in on some of this. You know, the city's sort of in advance of a funding decision. The city maps out, right, in terms of the land planning when sites come online, and those are put forward to the school boards. So they're well aware of what school sites are available, where they exist in the city, and you know, size, that sort of thing. Generally, annually at the very minimum, the superintendents and myself meet, right, and we talk through sort of broadly what plans are and where things sit. Specific allocation of school site committees, we generally convene the meeting and the 3 school boards will ultimately determine. And normally a specific allocation of a school site does not occur until funding has been announced. Mr. Slatt, did you want to add anything to any of that? Okay.
So interestingly enough, there's potential for discord. Different school boards requesting the same site. How is that adjudicated?
I would say that would be mediated. I'm not sure it would be adjudicated. The general approach is that the 3 school boards will figure it out and come to grips.
Have you heard what in particular is it the size of the site at the amenities that's particularly attractive, or is there something that's just attached to being close to the amenities that makes that particularly attractive?
I guess it depends, you know, so certainly my takeaway from the public system is that it's not attractive for a high school, but is attractive for a K-9. And that's based on, I think they've articulated concerns over geography more than anything else, geography and size. I guess. So it would be simplistically how I would articulate that, west versus northeast and, footprint, right, in terms of the size that's available. I think the draw to the particular site is the size. It's a little bigger than an average school site that would be gone through and is co-located with a future amenities site, which provides all sorts of joint use opportunities.
Is there another school site south in the Shiro area that's available for consideration?
So the southern Shiro site, which is actually just slightly bigger than the actual allocated component of the amenities site, is not yet on the school inventory, in fairness, but Rohit, the developer of the Shiro neighborhood, has assured us that they can bring it on very quickly. So yes, it is absolutely an option.
I wish you well at the JUPA discussions.
Just to add to what Mr. Fletcher said, when Rohit said that they can bring that site on quickly, that implies within 2025.
Yeah, that's, I guess I should caveat what quickly means. It's a little bit different to everybody else, right? But
okay,
yeah, it would be throughout this planning year.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
That's fine. Is this process of allocation of sites going to change under the new draft of JUPA, or is it going to be similar?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Heron. For the most part, it would remain fairly similar to the previous process.
So no grandfathering or claiming of sites until the funding is provided?
There has been discussion about a potential pre-allocation of sites.
Has there? Okay.
Again, I think the big discussion that we've had, I think the schools to some extent want a little bit more certainty around what sites they're even showing interest in.
Okay.
From the city perspective, I think we've always said that our understanding was that pre-allocation, which was what caused some issues in the past. And so we weren't in favor of that. As of right now, I think I don't think that it's in there right now, pre-allocation, like a formal pre-allocation. We don't do it.
All right. Looking forward to seeing the draft. Councillor Mackay, you're up next.
Yeah, quick question, administration. Just something that I was picking up from Mr. Allen's presentation. The size of the school site and the community amenity site is how much? How many acres do we know? I can't remember. I tried to remember.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mackay. So out of the community amenities site, which is about 25 acres, around 10 acres was for the school and the shared parking lot. So about 4 hectares.
Now, is that big enough for a high school, particularly a high school the size of Paul Kane?
Yeah, we modeled it based on the availability of a Paul Kane type footprint and then the mixed use parking.
Thanks. Yeah, I just was picking up on something that Mr. Allen had said in the sense of size of the site wouldn't actually accommodate a high school.
I heard that too. Yep. Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Mayor, to administration. Just following on Councillor Broadhead's question, the Shiro school site, the southern one, make it clear that it's Shiro, that has been on a couple of maps that have been shared in discussion with council for past 2 years probably. And I believe it always says it's a proposed site. So is that why it never made it on the schools, from a school's perspective, to say we could actually build there, even though everybody knew it was when the ASP was passed? Might have been even sooner than 2 years, but it's been
I
a
don't think they've done the subdivision, have they?
proposed site.
So thank you, Councillor Killick, for the question. So how it works is annually the city produces a school site inventory, which is all sites within the city that are held by the city and have servicing to the front door. The South Shiro site is listed as a forthcoming property within the school site inventory because we do not have title to that property yet. What was alluded to is that Rohit has indicated that they will be moving forward with the subdivision, servicing local roads, installation, and final site grading on the south site this year, which the north site does not have. So yeah, the south site is anticipated to be I think a subdivision is, well, 60 days plus 19 plus change for registration. So theoretically, within about 4 months or something like that, that could transfer over to the city based on an application from the developer, and then that would be an eligible school site.
And just to follow on then, that would mean that the South Shore site would actually be shovel ready to utilize the funding announcement from the province accelerator fund. It would be ready sooner than the amenity site would be. Is that?
Yes, Councillor Killick. So as indicated, the developer will be responsible for providing the local roads, which provide the interior access to that site for the South Shore site. And they have indicated that they will have that complete within 2025. The north site does not have plans yet for the local road installation yet. So that's something that has to be determined as to costs and timing.
So can I jump in? Is that what happened in Camrose?
I think Camrose is an entirely different beast.
Yeah, but it's essentially, they've got a school without a road, right?
Yeah, they have a school without servicing. And
Oh, do they not even have like the underground servicing?
I don't think
Oh,
they're connected
I
at
thought it
all.
was the road. Okay.
No, so right now, what the province requires is a school site readiness checklist, which is supposed to indicate, do you have servicing to the property line? Do you have all-weather access? And that's been, I think, something that as we've gone on in time with our school site allocation, we've been a little bit better about providing more rigor around that part of the process. I think if you go back 10 years, we had to scramble to pull some sites together based on announcements for funding that were just kind of unplanned for from the city perspective. I think now we're, like I said, we're a little bit better off, and yeah.
So I gotta ask, when you do that school site readiness checklist, roads is part of the checklist? But there's no road up to the amenity site.
There's a public accessible road, Range Road.
So that
260.
gravel road is what you're counting?
Range Road 260, yes.
Okay.
So what I had indicated to Councillor Killick was that there's not a local road that actually accesses into the site.
Oh.
So if the St. Albert Public wants to go forward, they have to figure out either access right off of the road, which from a site plan perspective, we probably have challenges with, or they have to figure out the local road access.
Oh, okay. But we're okay with them using that gravel road up 260 for buses and
It's obviously
ideal.
as well, it's all weather access, right? So it can carry any weight of vehicle, I think, like if construction traffic can manage it, then a school bus can. But obviously, as we move forward with the maturation of the site development, there will be some sort of a capital project that would come forward for providing access into the site.
From the city's perspective?
From the city's perspective, as we move forward on our own community amenities.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm just thinking that road, the finishing of Range Road 260 as Shore evolves and into the future is a ROHIT responsibility, is it not?
I'd have to ask if Donnie's online to verify that. I don't remember right offhand.
Okay.
Donnie George is,
And I don't need the answer right now,
Okay.
maybe
I think she was on.
okay. We can get it later, because we've got some time here.
She's there, Mayor.
Is she there?
I'm here, yes.
Yeah.
So we have allocated only the initial access to the community amenities side road component as part of our capital project. The rest, as the developers come online, they develop as they go.
Right, yes.
That's
So
what we're
as they move north, they'll work on that road.
That's correct.
All right, Councillor Jolly, question?
Just to
Oh.
follow on.
Well, I'll go to Councillor Jolly, then I'll go to you. Okay. I'm the mayor.
So
So my question is just about timing. So the allocation of the school site for that funding, do we have a date that's set to be decided yet?
Sorry, Council, you're asking if we have a date. So I think there's a couple of components. One is to sort of map out the option space, have a discussion. We'll be looking to convene the superintendents to actually sit down and go through the detailed school site allocation, which as we heard, the cats will hopefully be in the next couple of weeks where we get that squared away.
Okay, sounds good. And then so really there'd be kind of no council involvement if like that south site was ready to go?
Well, I think, I guess it ready to go. Everything's got to be aligned. If it's ready to go, and the school boards agree that that's the best option.
Yeah.
Ultimately, right? I think what I also heard today was there was concern from the public school board about the south site being too close to potential Riverside development. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that is the case.
Okay. Okay, that'll be interesting. Thanks.
Yeah. We keep trying to keep this out of council's realm, but every time we get a new school, it ends up on our lap. Sorry, Councillor Killick. I always forget Councillor Julian, and when I see her, I don't want to ignore her. So go ahead.
No, I totally support that. I never worry about getting my 2 cents worth in. Thank you. Question to administration then is, if the South Shore proper site comes on stream and it's roughly 12 acres, which is larger than would be the maximum required for a K-9, what happens to the excess land? Does that become part of city municipal reserve? So it would become a park potentially?
Fields, probably?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Killick. So I think, as I've probably covered a couple times, that you're probably tired of hearing, but when we do school site planning, we allocate 1.8 hectares for a school site. That's for the building, the bus lay-by, staff parking, and tarmac, and some room for portables. Everything beyond that site, our area structure plans require a minimum of 2 hectares for an attached community amenities or a community park site. So the south site, as you've indicated, is about 4 hectares. So it's bigger than the north site, and the remainder of the site would then fall to the city as a recreation space, and the city typically reaches out and works with the attached school to identify potential uses and programming, et cetera.
And thank you. I never tire of hearing from you on school site sizes. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more questions of administration, so that's it with business arising. We do still have a consent agenda to approve. 2 things have been pulled off from 7.1 and 9.5. That's correct, right? Okay. Councillor Hughes.
We like to keep things on this side of the bench. So the recommendation, the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes, April 1st, 2025. 7.2, appointment to the Arts Development Advisory Committee. 8.2, 2024 service place financial reports. 9.4, Carrot Creek Erosion Protection Project, and 10.1, bylaw 15/2025 utility bylaws, first, second, third readings.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. And then the minutes from 6.1 were just, or from April 1st, were just approved on consent. So we are on, is everybody okay? It's 2:30. Good. Let's do Lakeview and then maybe we take a break. So this is from Standing Committee, the whole. It was pulled off by Councillor Bermansky. So Councillor Bermansky, I'll go to you with any questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions for administration. On the design of the DAP, you had a graph developed, and was that strictly planned through staff, or was there any outside consultant help on that graph?
Through the mayor to Council Bermansky, that was all done by administration staff.
Okay. And then do you have like there'll be, we've got 5 columns there, so I would imagine there'll be a lot of variables, over time, how that changes, because, you're projecting, up to 21 years in the future, but 10 years in the return. So the 15 acre per year, how did you come up with that number? Is that an average or?
Through the chair to Council Bermansky. So the 15 acres was used as a baseline. That was the rate that we had used, that average across a 30-year build out was the rate that we had used previously with a lot of the Lakeview front end servicing conversations. So to keep consistent, we use that same figure.
Okay, and with this plan, we'll, say there's more or less, are you going to progressively change the projections for us as it goes?
Through the chair to Councilor Urbanski. So I think that was some feedback that we received at the Standing Committee of the Whole was there's likely a need to, provide an annual summary or an update as this program is implemented to sort of see where we're at. As you mentioned, it's difficult to sort of project 10, 20, 30 years out. So we're likely going to need to review that on a year by year basis and potentially adjust how we look at the program in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was the only clarity I wanted about the project, but I would like to put forward the alternate number 1.
Right, Councillor Hughes has already asked to put forward a motion. So I have to go to her first because she said it first.
Okay.
Yeah, so did you have questions, Councillor Hughes? Go ahead.
So just to vote my motions, that way we just save some time. So I know my motion is to take some of the money from the stabilization reserve and then use less from the assessment growth going forward. And so that appeared to also be an alternative. We didn't really discuss that alternative at the Senate Committee of the Whole meeting, but the viability of that still seems quite like a reasonable. I realize that what I'm suggesting is 1.5 million as opposed to taking out 2 million was the recommendation. And then just increasing the amount that was coming in per year. So instead of putting 699,000, it was, I said 800,000 to compensate. So the viability of that, does that seem like it's a reasonable alternative, I guess is what I'm looking at.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, administration, that is your alternative between the stabilization or through the reserve and the assessment growth is in line with the viability of the alternative that we provided. The one caveat that we did provide is that if the high impact scenario is achieved, there would be potentially short-term financing provided, but that would be easily achievable through increased assessment growth.
Perfect. And the other question I had was just how much is currently in the stabilization fund?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, there is currently 12.1 million in uncommitted balance.
Thank you. That's it.
So if you've seen Councillor Hughes's proposed motion, correct? Yeah. So can you just tell us what that would do? Because we're gonna have to do some changes to the budget adjustment if this passes. What that would do to the budget adjustments and overall taxes, and then your predictions or your thoughts around the level in the stabilization reserve every year.
So through the chair, the mayor, you're the chair, our predictions were that given the reserve analysis, we had said that we needed to maintain a minimum balance, and that was why we had put the surplus and recommended that to transfer. But given the balance, administration would still support that the balance is sufficient to maintain a one-time draw if that was what council chose
Just a
to
one-time,
do.
right?
That is correct. It would just be a one-time draw, and then the assessment growth would be that ongoing top up to the program.
Okay.
Oh, it would not be something that, based on the purpose of the reserve, that we would in future fund the whole program from, because that's against the purpose. So that is why that alternative was in the recommendation. It would not be something that to fund a ongoing program that we would have as a source, but the mixture was why we included in the alternative as council wanted an alternative.
Okay, I can't see.
And when we looked at the cash flow of the potential recommendation with the 1.27 going in, the 8 million, you get to the 8 million 1 year later than the original proposed purpose. And then that caveat is that there might be, if the program has that higher risk scenario uptake, that administration would be coming back to council for that cash flow.
Okay.
Oh, and the tax impacts.
Yeah.
With the budget adjustment AR, the 3.6 is the proposed, where we were bringing it down to 3.2 with applying that additional assessment growth to the base, it would bring us to approximate 2.9% increase. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor McKay.
Yeah, I think you asked my questions or answered my questions. So if we take the alternative motion, then going next year and the following years, would we still stick with that kind of formula, or would it have to be changed or go back to what was initially recommended? I guess it all depends on what our assessment growth is next couple of years as well. But I'm just wondering, if we do something today, are we forcing the hand of a next council next year in relation to changing it back or it being impacted by some sort of another scenario?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, or to Councillor Mackay. I'm really doing a great job with names today, actually. No, that would be, it would be in line. The funding option would still be in line because it would have a higher one-time draw from the stabilization and then an ongoing transfer from the assessment growth. So it would not require a future council to make, that would have the program fully funded by 2032 instead of 2031. Just that one caveat is if there is that high uptake, which is a good scenario, which we would be happy with the city, we'd have increased assessment growth, we would have to do some potentially short-term funding. So that's, which would have been probably the case with the original funding also, because we balanced all of the scenarios to have that funding in place.
I'm really trying to go back to SCOW and remember, I know you're correct. I believe, Councillor Hughes, we didn't really discuss it, but I think it was because I'm just trying to remember, was there, and help me if I've, because I think there was some concern on behalf of administration in relation to, this is why you came forward with the recommendation. Is it just because the stabilization reserve is usually in a little lower, or what was kind of the rationale in relation to going with the first recommendation?
Thanks, Councillor Mackay. The original implementation for a program would be to fund from a source that's ongoing and reliable. And that's why we wouldn't have the purpose of the reserves, and especially the stabilization reserve, is more of for emergent items that weren't initially prepared or ongoing. So that was why that initial recommendations, but we did include a recommendation as an alternative with that balance, understanding that it is quite a big, large program ask.
Yeah, no, I have I have the report in front of me, but I just couldn't remember the discussion that we had around the table and kind of the administration's recommendation to go this route versus kind of go in with the stabilization right off the beginning. So I was just trying to pull cobwebs out of this old mind, but I think I understand that now. Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky, you're up next.
Thank you. Through Mayor to administration on the alternative one, as was originally presented by administration with the 698.5 annual transfer from assessment growth versus the 800. Could you clarify that's 0.36% tax savings compared to 0.42 tax savings for the?
I'd have to double check that, but I think that's approximately.
That seems about right.
Correct. The reason that we picked the 698.5 was just to, if we were to go in line with policy for that application of assessment growth per the budget and guiding taxation policy. That was why that amount was chosen.
Okay. And then you picked the 2 because there was a substantial amount in the stabilization. Is that how you came up with the 2 million?
The 2 million was chosen based on using the assessment growth in line with policy and then requiring an amount from the stabilization to get to the 8 million balance to fund that mid scenario.
Okay. And then so the 698 would be committed each year for 10 years.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not to get into the weeds too much, but is the cash flow going to be sufficient? Do you need it more front loaded, or how does that play out in the application of this accelerator program?
Thanks and good question. We have looked at the scenarios and balanced it, and with the alternative and the initial one, the cash flow needs would be sufficient. There's always a caveat to the assumptions and changes that we would require some further cash flow requirements if there was different uptake or assumptions, but initial look at the alternative, Councillor Hughes provided the cash flow would be sufficient.
Fair enough. So, and if I heard you correctly, if massive investment hits, you'll come back and say, hey, we need to fund it a little quicker than we anticipated, and you'd come to council to get the funds. Perfect.
correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Mayor. To administration, I want to make sure that the best case scenario is available to us, that we have the $18 million available so that our
8 million.
or 8, sorry.
Mike would
8
love
million.
18.
8 million. I'd like to make it. Yeah. 8 million is available for the most optimistic uptake available. And that what we do here does not jeopardize our chances of success. That my concern is that we have a marketing team going out and making commitments and spending this rebate, promising it to developers, and then we get to a scenario where we have to come back to council of the day and say, oh, we're oversubscribed, we need more money, we need council approval, and council doesn't approve it. What happens then?
Yeah, so that would be bad, I guess I would offer to you. And so that scenario exists regardless, right? In the case of, if you forgive me, I'll just term it catastrophic success, right? That there is the potential that we could have to come ask for a one-time infusion of cash, right, in order to meet the demands at the end of the day. And so, I think the implications of this, that the risk that ask could come increases marginally with the alternate vice or the proposed motion vice the current construct, but at the end of the day, that is still potential. Again, I use the word catastrophic success because it's success, right? And ultimately, it's better for the bottom line. And we look at the city, and then there's a 1-year difference, right, in terms of reaching that $8 million, providing things sort of flow out as we generally anticipated. So I don't know if that generally answers your question, but that scenario, I guess, exists already. Did you want to add anything? Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I might just add, Councillor Killick, that I don't expect that we'll be blindsided. We'll have some awareness these are coming. We'll receive an application. We'll probably have some indication that development is planned. So we would have a year or two to prepare for that scenario.
Okay, thank you for both pieces of clarification.
Councillor Hughes.
Okay, hoping I can wrap this up with the questions here. So I'm gonna ask you, because if I say it, it doesn't mean as much as if you guys confirm that my math is correct. Okay, so I'm looking at you, Anne, because this is you and me today. So let's take the first alternative that we're currently doing, which is 1.27 million. So let's just round to 1.3 so we can do some easy math. So what I'm seeing here is that year 1, you'd have 1.3, year 2, you'd have 2.6, and year 3, you'd have 3.9 million. So even if there was a heavy uptake, after 3 years, you'd have 3.9 million in the pot, correct? Now, the alternative that I'm suggesting is we put 1.6 in there, but we also add 800,000. So that means that year 1, we have 2.4 million. That year 2, we have 3.2 million. And by year 3, we have $4 million. So at the reality with this alternative, we actually would have the same or greater amount to handle the funding, even if we were catastrophically successful. Would you agree with that?
That is correct.
Okay, that's awesome. That's it.
It's just because our stabilization's got some cash. Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. Could I just get the calculation for 3 years with 2,000,000 and 680? I think it's a little bit more than the most recent calculation.
So just to clarify, you're asking for the impact on the difference between the 698 and the 800?
Yeah, the alternate one as it was put forward by administration. What's the total at 3 years?
By going with the base, we'd reduce it by another 0.1%.
Yeah, why don't we,
Could we take a couple minutes and we
well,
can
no,
sort
here's
of
what I'm
orient or do
thinking
we-
is I'm gonna go to Councillor Hughes's first because she emailed earlier in the day. If first fails, then I'm gonna absolutely go to Councillor Mansky. She's next in line, and then we can get that question answered, okay? But I don't want you doing that work for no reason. So we know that the taxes will be slightly lower, right? By point, yeah, something like that. So is that okay, Councillor Mansky?
Well, I would suggest that the higher amount would have a better chance of failing before the lower amount. So they're kind of going backwards, right? You know, I would see Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just saying we don't need to know the exact numbers because we know, and we know what you're proposing and we know what Councillor Hughes is
Right.
proposing, right? But if we get to you, I would like the exact numbers for sure.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I see no more questions. We're good. Councillor Hughes, read in your motion.
Okay, I'm just going to read it from the screen here. That the Lakeview Business District Development Acceleration Program be approved to be funded through 1.6 from the stabilization reserve, or sorry, 1.6 million from the stabilization reserve and 800,000 annual transfer of assessment growth to begin in 2025 and commit this annual transfer in the growth stabilization reserve until a total balance of 8 million is reached.
Okay, I'm accepting that. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I understand council's concerns about having enough money in the pot. As we've discussed, there will be more than enough money to accommodate even if it was successful. And if it's over successful, then, you know, honestly, there's the surpluses every year and maybe that'll be an allocation coming from the surplus and it wouldn't again affect the taxes going forward because it would need a one-time injection. So, and as Mike said, this Mike, not that Mike, as this Mike said, there'd be advance warning that it was coming, so we could plan for it accordingly. So as far as handling extraordinary success, I think that there's a way to handle it regardless of the funding source. But one of the concerns that I had when we went through this, and I had time to think about it, which is why I appreciated the fact that we had the SCOW meeting first, was just that we have this extra assessment growth. All of it is going towards this one program. And a portion of it would typically be provided, given back to the residents that year to offset the taxes. And so upon reflection, I thought about this and I thought that when we can handle this is the amount that would have been going towards the taxes, let's apply it towards the taxes here. So there's no penalty at all or a tax deferral for the residents who were looking forward to seeing that tax relief. And at the same time, we have the funding available to make sure that this program is successful. So this is a way I think that we can actually achieve both goals, which is to offer a tax decrease and also to have the necessary funding and have the same or better funding that would be necessary, even if there is a high uptake out of the gate. So I'm hoping that we have council's support on this. I think that's a way we can achieve everything we're trying to achieve today. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Initially, I was going to stay with the initial recommendation because I thought that was kind of the one that was presented to us at SCOW, and at the time it made really good sense, and I still think it does. But I can see the logic behind doing this, and I can also, I mean, otherwise administration wouldn't have put it forward as alternative one, and I realize we're talking the difference in the alternative one from administration of being the 2 million from the stabilization versus what's in front of us right now being 1.6. And I also realize that our stabilization fund is very healthy right now, but if I've seen one fund in my 7 years on council go up and down and up and down and up and down, it's the stabilization fund, because we seem to always have that one. I mean, and that's the purpose of it, right? But so if $400,000 doesn't seem like a lot, but if you don't have $400,000, it's a lot. So I can see the logic behind it, and I'm willing to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Mansky.
Thank you through the mayor. I just want to thank Councillor Hughes for getting creative. Creative was what I was looking for in this, and although I would have liked to have seen the increase to or decrease to taxes to 0.42. We're finding a middle ground that I'm willing to support. It's a great idea, and I think we can be. I'm excited to be able to applaud ourselves on all that work we did on on trying to lower the taxes and bringing it under that 3%. So this is applauding, helping the citizens when they need it most. The education taxes went up, and for us to stave off any of the balance of the tax increases from education tax on the regular taxes makes me happier than anything. So thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Well, creativity is a good thing. And now on the understanding that the difference in cash flow is really 1 year. And if we do get catastrophic success, which I'm actually hoping for, then council will have an opportunity to respond if that were to occur. And if it's regular rates of growth, then 1 year is the difference, and I can live with that.
Okay. Anyone else? All I'm gonna add is this change only changes how we fund it, but the program's still the same, which to me is the exciting part and not getting talked about as much as we should be. But at the business breakfast, one of the speakers said we can't be complacent. And this is us not being complacent. This is us being bold and aggressive on Lakeview and making sure that that development happens faster so our residents can benefit from that, whether it's through a shift in the tax ratio or just good jobs for our residents. It's all very positive. So irregardless of how it's funded, as long as it's funded, I'm excited about the program. Councillor Killick, Councillor Hughes, anything to close?
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, call for the vote. Voting is closed and that motion passes unanimously. Okay, you guys need to do some budget adjustments. I'm gonna call a 10-minute break, 15-minute break. So how about 3:05? It'll be 14 minutes, but 3:05, Councillor Jolly. Bill, who makes the F-35? I know it's American. Is it their own company? Is it Boeing? No. Lucky, okay. No. Who is the runner-up for Canadians?
Saab.
Saab, yeah. That's what I thought.
Swedish.
We could call Saab. Where's Mike? Tell them that we got some land if they want to build some planes.
Can you imagine trying to build a plane? You get it pick it up at IKEA and then have to, you got 4 screws left over.
All right, is Councillor Jolly with us?
Remember the Allen key too, right?
I don't see her. Councillor Jolly, you with us? All right, Marker is not here, I guess. Where are we? I will read, sorry. So 7.2 was on consent. So the recommendation was that Alexandria Morrison be appointed as a member of the Arts Development Advisory Committee for a term beginning April 15th, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2025. So we will get a letter to her right away and thank her. We did 8.1, so 8.2 is on consent, which the service place financial reports were just for information, sorry. And then now we're on to 9.2. I've got it's collaborative economic development. I've got Mr. Fletcher as my speaker, but I also see Christine and Trevor here. So go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So I am joined by Trevor Dooley and Christine Anderson, both with the Government Indigenous Relations and Environment Organization, who have done the lion's share of the work. And if you'll bear with me, I'm just going to share my screen. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm very happy today to be in front of you to provide a bit of an update on collaborative economic development, or as we commonly call it, CED. That's what you hear from now on, where we sit in the region and what this looks like for our municipality, ultimately moving from an actual project to the actual implementation of a tool and an approach that
Is Natalie in now? I just got a text from her. Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
just got in. Thanks.
You were bumped? Okay. You're in now. Go ahead, Bill, sorry.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to note, I think I'd be remiss, in fact, if I didn't note the leadership role that St. Albert played in the collaborative economic development framework, the work that's brought us to this particular juncture in obviously partnership with our regional partners, and certainly would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Christine Anderson, who led the charge on behalf of St. Albert, not only in terms of the technical committee, but also managing the Alberta government grant that allowed us to actually forward this work. And then she didn't want to present to you, so she made me do it. That's where we sit.
Yeah, we talked this morning and she was just going to watch on Zoom. Now here she's sitting in chambers. Go ahead.
Looking very quickly at the agenda, essentially providing in the components. So provide a bit of an overview, understanding that council's aware of this broadly, so we'll keep it high level, and then talk about the implementation and then ultimately the way ahead, culminating in a budget request. So how did we get where we are today? Throughout 2020, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the City of St. Albert led the way, bringing forward a motion to the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board to find a tactical economic development approach to aid in the economic recovery from the pandemic and the weakened economic environment more holistically. Though the MRB didn't support the motion, a subsequent meeting was called of the urban municipalities to determine a more nimble response to economic development. And out of these discussions, the concept of CED was formed. In April of 2021, 13 Edmonton Region municipalities signed a memorandum of understanding, directing the development of a CED framework to provide the necessary mechanisms and tools to support intermunicipal and cross-boundary economic collaboration. Since that time, the CED working group has been working behind the scenes to develop and deliver the CED framework, which includes a governance structure, a financial analysis tool, incentives, a land analysis tool, and all of the supporting materials to implement and operate CED. CED is a regional partnership. It's a model to advance borderless economic growth across the region. And it provides the ability for interjurisdictional cooperation to advance shovel-ready non-residential lands. Participation in CED is voluntary, and it is not a new regional entity. It is an approach that municipalities can use to collaborate on economic development, building on partnership agreements to complement and supplement existing processes. We've worked closely with the government of Alberta over the last 4 years to ensure alignment with provincial investment priorities as well. So how will CED be implemented? It will be implemented through a framework, which serves, I guess, to be simplistic about it a bit, as a user manual that's available to partnering jurisdictions. The framework provides an overview of the CED program and details how it functions. The goal of this framework is to facilitate cross-boundary collaboration, improve lands that can lead to the attraction of large-scale non-residential investments. Simply put, it allows for shared investment for shared gain. Getting into the CED components and framework, the land analysis component will better inform municipalities on investment readiness and advantages to the Edmonton region. An evaluation of financial and non-financial incentives that could be used to attract land investors is the second component. Thirdly, the financial analysis assists users in evaluation of the financial viability and revenue of a potential site. I would also offer that this particular tool has been used to great advantage by St. Albert as we looked at some of our unilateral estimates as well, as opposed to looking at purely at a CED framework. And finally, templates for partnership agreements have been provided in the framework and have been designed for interjurisdictional cooperation. So why are we here today? Participation in CED provides municipalities with the opportunity, again, voluntarily, to invest in sites outside jurisdictional boundaries or to solicit investment internal to jurisdictional boundaries and generate revenue over an agreed upon timeframe. In order for an investment site to be considered, they first require a municipal council to approve that site before it can advance to a partnership consideration. As a tool, CED provides participating municipalities with the ability to invest in sites outside or inside jurisdictional boundaries with partners. The framework enables partners to collaborate and share in the cost of the investment and subsequently share in the resulting revenue. So to use an example, you've got a piece of land that perhaps for whatever reasons, perhaps you can't even afford to bring it online. Leveraging intermunicipal partners, you could bring it online earlier, thereby realizing the benefit earlier, and that benefit would be shared commensurate with the framework and the agreement that was put in place. It also allows participating municipalities to seek additional funding from other local levels of government. And this provides that mechanism, again, for collaboration, enabling jurisdiction. So where are we now? The CED implementation plan was approved in July 2024 by 12 CAOs from across the region. Implementation of this plan will begin, obviously now subject to approval of an MOU by each municipal council. CED governance structure to advance implementation consists of the following. Municipal councils will continue to have the ultimate approval on all decisions related to CED and CED projects. The strategic committee will continue to include CAOs from each member jurisdiction to provide strategic guidance and ultimately advice to municipal councils. An operational committee made up of senior administrative staff will oversee the program administration. And finally, program administration will be supported by all partner jurisdictions, and it will include tool maintenance, update and member support and training, as well as the ongoing support for the functionality of the CED program. I would submit to you now that the current program is current as of today, but needs to be evergreen and constantly updated to reflect the evolution of our region. As of now, the next step in the implementation of CED is council approval of the MOU. This is the vision for the path forward. Councils across the region are currently being presented with the CED information, including this framework and MOU package. And in point of fact, you can probably see from the branding on this that it's essentially a common presentation being provided to all councils. Ideally then, the MOU is approved and signed by the participating municipalities, in this case, signed by the mayors. And the funding commitments will be due shortly after the MOU is fully executed, and CED can begin operations at that point, including setting up the committees. Once the MOU is signed and the funding provided, participating municipalities will then gain full access to all CED tools. So I think that's important to note. Municipalities that perhaps will opt out of this particular agreement no longer will have access to the CED tools of the framework. The MOU is the final component required to implement. The MOU is proposed as the mechanism for municipalities to signal their participation in CED. The key terms of this MOU are a 2-year membership commitment, which includes 2025 and 2026, so current year and through into 2026, and a 2-year financial commitment commensurate to support CED implementation. Administration supports the MOU and the funding commitment letter and is looking for council approval to execute. So our administrative recommendation is that this is absolutely worth the effort, regardless of whether there is an actual CED program on the horizon in the next 2 years. Access to the tools and the framework itself are valuable. In the spring of the strides made on CED have been successful, and it's important that now we continue the work and the momentum that's been established. The work completed in the last 4 years requires that continuing commitment. And having a tool in our region leads to greater regional industrial output, employment creation, increased investment attraction, innovation, human capital attraction and development, trade capacity expansion, amongst other benefits, some of which, as I mentioned, can be quite unilateral. The efforts made by the working group and steering committee have resulted in the framework that's been put before you today. Collaborative Economic Development Framework has been in the works since 2021 and now is a fully built and is critical for partner municipalities to commit. In order for this to be implemented and operational, we'll dive in a little bit into the details. We're requesting a funding commitment of $12,000 per year, and that is divided equally amongst the confirmed partners, specifically for the tool maintenance. And so that's 12,000 divided by X, X being the number of councils who actually approve. So it is actually a relatively small amount of money in the grand scheme of things. In addition to that, we're looking for a $10,000 per year commitment from each partner. So it would be a $10,000 ask from the city of St. Albert required to meet the needs of the CED framework implementation. And this cost would be incurred at the discretion and with the approval of the CAO Strategic Committee, provided the MOU is signed and the funds allocated. As of today, the following municipalities, in addition to St. Albert, are confirmed to discuss the MOU with their councils: City of Leduc, Town of Morinville, Strathcona County, Sturgeon County. Edmonton City Council approved their MOU at its 8th April meeting. If approved by the remaining partners, the maximum budget request for a council from a CED for 25 and 26 would be around $12,000 per year. So that's ultimately the ask from City of St. Albert, is up to $12,000 per year. Pardon me? Okay, sorry, I'm getting whispered in my ear that that is the wrong number. Why? Okay, $16,000 per year. So the recommended motion is that Mayor Herron, on behalf of council, sign the Collaborative Economic Development MOU committing the City of St. Albert CED for a 2-year term. Before I stop and field questions with the team here, I'll just mention, I think it's certainly, I know it is outlined in the agenda report, but with the culmination of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, a budget adjustment will be made to reallocate those funds back into the system. And our proposal is that the $16,000 of those funds be earmarked and used to fund the CED tool. So it's not a net increase, it's essentially an adjustment and a reallocation.
So is finance need to readjust after this motion passes? It's already in there?
No, we are prepared to go either way on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So essentially, we're gonna save a bunch of money from the EMRB being gone, but we'll spend a little.
We'll save a little bit less than if you just went without the CED tool. That's correct. $16,000 less, to be precise.
Yeah.
So that culminates, or that concludes my presentation, barring any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes has a question. Go ahead.
Okay, a couple of questions. So the 12,000, if you divide it by the number of partners, doesn't equal 4. Like, I'm trying to figure out how you came up with the 16. So I'm not looking at you, Bill, because you already got corrected. So I'm gonna look at Kevin.
So because City of Edmonton is in, if you divide 12,000 by 2, that's 6,000 plus the 10,000 per year for a total of 16,000 maximum potential.
And so that makes eminent sense. And that's again, the maximum. We anticipate that there will be more than just St. Albert and Edmonton in, which means that that would be the up to component of that. We would not spend the $16,000.
Okay, so just because we're earlier at the gate that we're just making it worst case scenario.
That's correct.
Okay. So if it's less for next year, you'll make a budget adjustment for that $4,000, right? All right. I'm just saying it to you now because I'm going to look at you and I'm going to remember it. I'll come in if I need to as a resident. So the other thing was the increases. So this is really low ask, like this is like a very low ask. What I'm concerned of, I'm just wondering is why I sound so loud. Is if the organization or this MOU decides they wanted more money, like let's say we need double the amount, which is still a pittance relatively speaking compared to what we had for the MRB, but let's just say they increased it. Would the process have to come back to council for approval, or would it just automatically be included? Because I just know like for the MRB, every time there was an increase, I don't think we actually approved it. It just came part of the base budget. So what is the process in here if they wanted to increase it? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. And I certainly stand to have input from the team to my left here, but the MOU will drive the next 2 years, and we're very confident in terms of the funding over the course of the next 2 years. After that, if there's an increase or an alteration of the paradigm that underpins this, that would be an analysis we make, and we would certainly have to come back to council to re-sign or re-up on the MOU.
Yep. And there's really there's no board, there's no.
That's correct. So
Yeah.
this is not an organization, right? It's I guess it's a coalition of the willing, if you will, right? That's
So it's the city managers really, right?
So it is the city managers. You know, again, I think that please feel free to jump in here. But there was a lot of analysis done on what's required over the next 2 years to maintain the system, train folks on its use, and then ultimately just ensure that it's current.
Yeah.
Right. Over the next 2 years, we're very confident that it's not going to ask for an increase.
Okay. This is the one thing that, and I mean, maybe I'm just being dense, but I don't understand what we'll actually do. Like it was a lot of high level here, but I'm just like, what are we doing? Like for the activities, because we're giving such little money that
We can't bring up the tool, can we? It's
We
too bad council
certainly-
couldn't have seen.
Yeah,
how
I
it
mean,
works,
we could set up a walkthrough of the
Yeah.
tool, I think,
Okay.
the council by straight. And so again, it's a framework by which 2 or more municipalities can look at a piece of land and say, we will all commit to getting that land development ready, and therefore we will all share in the ultimate long-term revenue that comes from that particular piece of land. That's fundamentally what this process enables.
So really, it's about facilitating the software to allow us to get the information to decide if it's in our best interest to go in on this.
The software are tools to enable it. It's
Yeah.
the software, I think it's the MOU, it's the process by which those discussions would have, right? And ultimately then, you know, the sort of legalese that would frame the agreement itself. It's the entire sort of soup to nuts process that would enable something like that to happen. And that concurrent, you know, notwithstanding that, the tools are accessible to the partnership municipalities for their own use as well.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm certainly a supporter of regional collaboration and support. It appears that you've done the heavy lifting in terms of just defining the construct in which we would all work. It's cool. So correct me if I'm wrong, if there's a piece of land open for development and a particular municipality was not able to fund the development, it would be open to CED?
It would only be open if a municipality identified a piece of land and then their council made a deliberate decision to put it forward for a CED partnership. So it is not by exception, it is a deliberate decision. And so equally that council could decide not to develop that piece of land and save it for the future.
Yeah. I always found that it's easy to share in costs, a little less easy to share in revenue. If I read correctly, what you put in is a percentage you get out. Is that how it works?
Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, yes, that's exactly the way that the model is whatever percentage municipality, that's the percentage that they would bring out of it. So it's a very simple, and it's the other thing that's a little bit different is that it is exact cost. So there's no like it has to have a cost amount to it as opposed to
like in-kind contributions. So that's the way the model is.
So if the contributing municipality, if you will, if they own the land, would that be their contribution and then offer a percentage to those who want to actually invest in the servicing of that land?
Yes, potentially.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the financial model does take that cost, and that would be added into it, and that would be your input as a municipality if you own the land.
Okay.
That financial contribution, yes.
Okay. And if it's open, that doesn't mean any other municipality has to participate. It's an invitation to participate.
It's an invitation to participate. Everything is voluntary.
Okay. That'll be interesting. I hope it works. So thanks.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you to the mayor, to administration. What is the start and end date of the 2 years? And is there a deadline for when these other 10 municipalities can, sign their letter of agreement or join?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky. So the remaining municipalities are scheduled to have their council decisions, I believe, by April 25th. So later this month. And on the MOU, yeah, basically as soon as all those council decisions are complete and signatures are applied to the document, essentially, then the 2-year clock starts ticking at that point.
And then we'll have an update of our contribution at that time.
The definition of the total amount of money. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question I have is, I could see how this can work with bordering communities. So it totally makes sense. We have, a partnership with Edmonton or Sturgeon or any of them that, count areas that we border on. How would this work? Like, could you envision this would be something we could apply to partnership with Beaumont, for example?
Yeah, the team can jump in, but the short answer is yes, absolutely. At the end of the day, the shared benefit component of it, or the shared revenue component of it, is agnostic from a geography perspective, right? And so it's investment in a particular project, a particular piece of land, and the development of that, and the revenue from that commensurate with your investment or commensurate with the agreement flows to the municipality.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no more questions. So Councillor Broadhead, you want to make a motion?
Well, I wanted to make a motion just so that everybody knew the right side is alive here. Fair enough. I move that Mayor Herron, on behalf of council, sign the Collaborative Economic Development MOU, committing the city of St. Albert to CED for a 2-year term.
Awesome, I'll accept that motion. Go ahead.
Well, Madam Mayor, I remember when this whole project was sort of raised, and it was exciting. To me, anytime there's an opportunity to work with our regional partners to better the region and soften the cost blow, if you will, to individual residents, it's a good thing. And whether that's done through joint service provision or collaborative economic development opportunities, both, I believe, benefit our residents. And so I'm quite happy to see this come forward and to support it. And quite honestly, I'm looking forward to the first project being on the table.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Well, I think this is awesome. This is low cost. It provides us access to a ton of information. It lets us decide if there's opportunities available and then be able to make a more objective opinion. And it also provides that there's opportunities, a way to have a cost revenue sharing agreement fairly distributed without having question marks in the place. So for a minimal cost, this is an opportunity for us to actually see what this tool can do and if there is anything on the table now or in the future. And even if there isn't anything, at least we know. We've done the evaluations and we have that because we have access to that data. So this is a tremendous opportunity. And the fact that we're not even hiring any additional staff, the fact that this cost is like, in the tens, like this is a phenomenal opportunity. So I think this is great. Thanks for presenting this and thanks for the work that went behind it.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. I'm grateful that, for the development of this plan and what it's portraying to all of our neighbors is, we want to work together. We're ready to work together. We've signed up already and we're happy to talk. So that's good news and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, thanks. And I'm just going to build a little bit on some of the history in relation to this. And you've been heavily involved with this yourself, Madam Mayor, for going all the way back to when it was started in 2020. And at that time, I don't think anybody foresaw what would happen to the Edmonton Metro Region Board. So even though Edmonton Global was more of the economic development arm of the region, I think there was always this opportunity that we could look at it actually meaningful tactical applications of economic development. And I think for all the work that staff has done, thank you very much. And for all the work and the vision that was seen by a few of our regional leaders was very important. So everybody should be congratulated and hopefully it'll actually work, because I know it's been sitting there for a while. And I'm hopeful that this now actually provides the whole framework, provides actually a model that we can actually apply or begin to apply and see some economic benefits for all the reasons that's already been mentioned.
Right. Well, I'm happy to see there's a fair amount of support in the room for this. It was the development of the shared investment for shared benefit through EMRB that Mayor Iveson and I just were not happy with the final result. And there was a bunch of mayors that got together at Bing's restaurant in Stony Plain. So what can we do better? And this is sort of what was born. And I don't know if you remember the video that was produced by Rob Ellisher. It was during COVID, so we were passing a cube, a hexagonal, whatever, multi-sided cube in my office where everyone signed it. And at the very end, Premier Kenny even appeared on the video to talk about his support. We got an ACP grant to make this happen. And I think, I've got an email to my mayor colleagues around the region to send if this passes, just to say that we're all in, because I think the region needs some good news stories on regional collaboration right now. We talked about that at the voluntary group. So if we can get as many of the municipalities to sign on to this as possible, that would be great news for the region that we are still working together. And the other thing I would add is, if you have time, ask Christine, I guess it would be you, Christine, to show you the tool.
We'll set something up.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
really interesting, and somebody's got to input data and keep it up to date whenever a new area structure plan is passed or when subdivisions happen. But it's a really cool tool on the state of every honestly every lot in the entire region. It's amazing. So with that, obviously takes some money to upkeep. So excited for your support. Anything to close, Councillor Broadhead? Okay, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. Budget adjustments. Time to change seats. I'm going to push send on my email. It's still called the EMRB board. Yeah, except for Amajid. Wait, I don't know who the DM is right now. Okay, so we're going to make a couple of adjustments to the budget, and then that will set the framework for them to set the tax rate, which we will see in a couple weeks. So is there a presentation on this one, you guys? Okay. Suzanne, you're doing it?
Yes, thank you. So no formal presentation. I just have some speaking notes. So good afternoon. I'm here today to present administration's recommended adjustments to the 2025 budget. So prior to approval of the tax rate bylaw, administration reviews the budget that was approved in December to assess if new information has arisen that could impact the final tax requirement. For the 2025 budget, 9 adjustments were identified, 7 relating to the municipal budget and 2 relating to the utility budget. On the municipal budget, which impacts our tax rates, the following adjustments are recommended. The first adjustment is to reflect the increase in assessment growth. So the final 224 assessment roll has resulted in a growth rate of 2.99% and an increase over budget of 1.27 million. So while council policy CFSO 5 directs how assessment growth is to be allocated, council has just approved an 800,000 transfer to the growth stabilization reserve and 470,000 to be applied to the base. Updated estimates to both electricity costs and franchise fee revenue have resulted in a combined reduction to the 25 budget of 388,900. The adjustments are due to a decrease in the delivery rates, as well as updated franchise fee estimates provided by Fortis. Through the 2025 provincial budget, the province committed to restoring the grant in place of taxes, or GPOT, to original levels over 2 years. This results in a 40,000 increase in revenue for 2025. And as the city will no longer be contributing to the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, the 97.7 budget is no longer required. But part of this reduction is offset by the cost that council just approved to cover the Collaborative Economic Development Memorandum of Understanding. So 81.7 is the net reduction. On April 1st, council approved 2 budget increases to the 2025 budget. The first is the addition of a senior planner position. The 89,500 increase in expense is to reflect 7 months of salary, as this is when the position is expected to begin. The second is a $10,000 increase for additional planters at the Taché roundabout. So the utility budget, which impacts the rates, also had the following adjustments. Council's motion to reallocate 1 million of the surplus into the water reserve has resulted in a reduction in the required transfer of 66,800 to fund future capital projects. This reduces the supplemental capital contribution rate by 35 cents. And the agreement with Alberta's extended producer responsibility results in the city receiving 1,015,900 in revenue to offset the cost of recycling, which directly impacts the solid waste recycling and flat rate costs. Recycling is reduced by $5.14, and the flat rate is reduced by 73 cents. The rates related to these budgets were approved on consent when you approved the utility bylaw. So when the budget was approved in December, the net tax requirement was $141,608,500, which resulted in an average property tax increase of $31 per year per 100,000 assessed property value, or 3.6%. These budget adjustments bring the tax requirement to $142,017,500, which results in an average property tax increase of about $21 per 100,000 assessed value, or 2.9%. And while the net tax requirement has increased, the reason the average property tax per $100,000 assessed value has decreased is because the assessment growth reflects the fact that there are more properties which to spread the tax levy, resulting in a decrease to the average municipal tax on a per property basis. So that concludes my presentation, and we are happy to take any questions.
$21 per 100,000 assessment. Awesome. Councillor Hughes.
Okay, so just for people watching at home, because you kind of went over that one section kind of quickly. So you said it went up, but our real number went down just because the additional homes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So when you look at the net tax levy, that has gone up over what we approved in December. But the reason for that is we had that additional tax assessment growth of it works out to about the 1.27 million. So what that means is that there are more properties that have come on board over in 224 that's able to share that tax burden. So it's kind of funny because we have a slight increase, but it results in an overall decrease on a per resident basis.
Okay, so if it's 21 per 100 grand, because I know when we first started this whole process, we were looking at a $500,000 home. So that would make it $105 more per year for your average $500,000 home. Yes? Which is basically about $12 a month and change.
I think so. Sorry.
Or is it $8 a month? Hold on, divide by 12. It's $8 a month. 825, so it's probably like 835 a month. Okay, I'm just gonna make my math the right number.
Stephen Bannerman's here. He can confirm that too. I'll just
Okay.
come up.
Well, 105 divided by 12. $8.75 more per month. So,
We could probably get that when he comes on May
no,
6th.
it's okay. It's $8.75 a month, it looks like, for your average home. So when people see the numbers at home, they're wondering what is the effective rate for the average home? Because that's how does it affect me is your first question you have. It's less than $10 increase per month. I realize that everyone wants no increase per month, but considering all the variables that we've had to face, including large inflation, et cetera, that's what as a council, that's what we've been able to come down to. So I just wanted some people at home, anybody or in the Gazette who's watching, trying to figure out what's going on here, what that actually means. So thank you for that. That's it.
All right. No questions? All right. Councilor Mansky has a question, then I'll come to you, Councilor Mackay, for the motion.
Just one last question, the final percentage tax increase.
It works to about, 2.9%
Thank you.
on an average per 100,000. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Councilor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just gonna put it up here. That 1,270,000 of assessment growth.
Excuse me.
I'm reading the wrong.
Sorry.
Sorry, yes, we have the actual updated motion just up on the screen instead of from the agenda package due to.
Yeah, don't go with the.
No, I was reading the one that's on the screen.
Yes, we'll get it up for you right away.
Ah, Renee, I caught you. Is that the right one, Marta?
No.
No, that's not the right one.
No.
No.
That's the one I was reading.
You don't have to repeat those 3 words.
Okay.
There you go. That's the right one. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay. I'm Councillor Killick when I started that now, right here. All right, that $800,000 of assessment growth revenue be transferred to the growth stabilization reserve, and that the 2025 final consolidated municipal and utility budget in the amount of, oh gosh, $405,361,100 and the net tax requirement of $142,017,500 be approved.
All right. I will accept that motion. Go ahead.
Actually, I really don't have a lot. I mean, administration has worked really hard. I think when as being pointed out earlier, we actually started around 4% when we started the initial budget. Now we're down to 2.9, and that's through a lot of efforts and a lot of efforts by our council and also administration. And you know, the $21 per 100,000 is fantastic this year, but I'm still worried about next year and the additional amount on the education costs, because that's going to add another 17 cents. So even though we got great news this year and we've worked hard to get it to 2.9, we're going to have to be recognizing that there could be other problems next year. But congratulations again. Thank you very much. And that's it.
Okay. Now, don't forget, this all comes again on May 6th when we talk education property taxes and the full.
Yeah, no, I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will come with the abacus counter.
Councilor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to reiterate a point that Councillor Hughes brought out and that was talked about by administration in terms of how we managed to get the number down as much as we did. And it's this little paragraph, and the reason I'm talking about it is because I highlighted it myself. So although the budget is increasing, the additional assessment growth is reflective of more properties over which to spread the levy, leading to a decrease in the average municipal tax on a per property basis. Don't you love it when your city is growing? And so the idea here is that we encourage growth as much as we can. We want to grow rationally. We don't want to be catastrophically successful, perhaps, but if we were, I'm not sure that we wouldn't benefit by it. But think forward to when we start to consider when it's time to actually build the amenity site, because I know the desire for pools and more rinks in our community, it's just growing. More people, more demand, all the rest. But I'd also rather have that bill paid for by 80,000 people rather than 70,000 people, or 85,000 people, or 72,000 people. And it just becomes easier. And so I appreciate what's been done here. I really do. And to my council colleagues, I mean, we're here because of restraint on the part of council as well. So thank you.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. I just want to thank my fellow council members as well. And there's just something really good about being under 3%. It's just great. And people, you know, have been really struggling, and this is such good news. Budget is, you know, it's just such a difficult time for administration and council, and you know, you're digging and reading and just trying to find the best for everyone. And so I'm very happy of the work that administration did and what we've accomplished together. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
I know that we're going to be discussing this in the final tax rate, but you know, this is really our final kick at the cat here before we actually just approve it. We didn't start at 4%, Councillor Mackay, we started at 4.5%, and we've brought it down to 2.9. So that's a 1.6% tax decrease in spite of having multiple increases to our expenditures, in spite of having additional staffing come in at last minute, in spite of other things we put forward during budget that increased it beyond that. We still got a net decrease of 1.6. So actually our net decrease was more than that when you consider all the other increases that have come in the past several months, which is effectively on a $500,000 home. Because of between this assessment decreasing, like increased or decreased our base, plus the initiatives that we've taken as a council, we've decreased the cost to the average family by $180 a year on their taxes. That is not a small amount. And so I just want to, this was because, and I honestly feel like this council, especially through this budget, recognized the impact that even small differences make to families, and has looked for initiatives and approved initiatives and proposals and motions to decrease those taxes and take advantage of those opportunities. As a result of our collective efforts, we have taken $180 off of a family's bill every single year going forward. And so thank you for that. This was not a small decrease that we've done on overall, when you look at what we started with in November and what we've ended up with in April. That's it. Thank you.
So now that everybody's gotten on to debate on the, so we can just put May 6th on the consent agenda now? No repeating your debate comments. Councillor Mackay to close.
Actually, you took Actually, I was gonna do it because I think we did put the budget on consent, right?
We did in December, and I was gonna do the Stevens report on the 6th, but then I forgot about the presentation makes about all the other stuff. So yeah, we're gonna keep it off.
So don't give me a hard time.
I am just teasing.
I think though, you know, if we're looking at percentages, it wasn't very long ago, 2 years, 3 years, we were actually looking at 8%, potentially a forecast, even 9. Oh, but so, yeah, I mean, just good work by everybody around, in particular administration. Thank you very much. And I realize there's things, you know, you've identified a few things in the report, but the solid waste, that $1 million in recovered revenue from EPR, that's big too. So it all added up. So thank you very much.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. 9.3, 9.4 was on consent. The motion that we passed was that Capital Charter Storm 021 Carrot Creek Erosion and Sediment Control, multiple locations, be approved in the amount of $4,030,000 to be funded accordingly. So 2,821,000, which is 70%, will be funded from the Drought and Flood Protection Program grant. Thank you, Government of Alberta. 1.137162 will be funded from the Storm Offsite Levy Reserve, and 71,838 will be funded from the Offsite Levy Recovery Fund. So that was on consent. Be good to get to work on that. Okay, 9.5 is police services building accommodations. Mike, you pulled it off consent, so I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions for administration. If I could just start with those. Just wanted to confirm that we have already paid back the 1.4 million interim financing for the parking lot, I believe. Has that already been paid out of the budget, or is that something that is still need to come?
Yep, sorry, thank you very much. That the person who had answered that question just left, so we're just save aids. And so if you'll hold on to us, we'll get you an answer for that if you've got any.
Okay. Then the other question was this plan was to build out the two sites and it said provide adequate space to accommodate policing needs till 2034. Is that still the plan with growth and everything else that's underway?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. Absolutely. I think, I'll put it simply. It was to maximize the ability of us to remain in our current infrastructure, pending ultimately what will be a more permanent solution in the future. And so that timeline is roughly, I'll turn it over to Ms. Donnie George, who's just appeared on the screen. She can, and Mr. Aaron Griesbeck, perfect, who can provide additional context.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, yes, that's the plan whenever this particular project is to bridge the gap and the needs until the ultimate comes on board, ultimate police accommodation comes on board. The year could be a little bit fluctuating, and I think what we have is 2032 to 2034, but I would ask Aaron to confirm that. He's online as well, who can speak to that.
Yeah, I can add a little bit more detail. So when the original plan and feasibility study was done, there were intentions to do an actual increase in the square footage size at the main detachment of about 4,000 square feet. The funding that we had didn't allow for that, so we weren't able to do an actual footprint increase or a second floor. As a result, the 2034 projected date the current square footage doesn't really provide us with that mathematical 2034 date, that magic number, I guess. So what ends up happening now is that we are just as Bill and Donnie had mentioned, it's bridging the gap, and a lot of that's going to depend on what are the actual resources that council provides in addition over these next couple of years. And it will be a little bit tight, but we do believe it does allow for some room to grow. But to get it to 2034, as per the consultant and the feasibility study, we would have needed that other extra square footage.
Okay. And the view would be that there'd be some overlap then with what we have as our municipal growth plan for 2030, which is still a new police building to come on at 28 million roughly in our long-term capital, 10-year capital plan. I want to make sure we're not like spending this money now as a super short-term gap when we really should be saving money for that bigger $28 million project in our 10-year growth plan.
It's actually absolutely fair question, and that discussion, just in the interest of transparency, was had across administration. And so, the fact of the matter is that as it stands now, the police building, the permanent solution, right, is still very much a concept, and we have demands now. And so that's where we ended up, like the recommendation is we need a viable space to bridge that gap. And that's why we're before you today. So your point is well taken. My concern would be that if we don't invest properly in the current things, we end up with a crunch point in time before we're prepared to actually invest into the new building.
Okay. And the original plan was to have this done, I think, constructed and finished in 2023. So could get some insight as to kind of what the major slippage has been or change in the schedule? Because in the original project charter, I think it's still attached and it still shows construction in 2023, and we're now obviously in 2025. What were the major factors that caused that to happen?
Through the chair to Councillor Kulik, I'll start and then I'll pass on to our project team who's online as well. Miranda Rauda, who's our project manager for CPO, and Chad, who is the project manager for the project. Just to give you a context, this particular project started in 2020 as soon as the budget got approved. The model that we have adopted to manage this project is something called a CM model, construction management model. What that entails, we have different models that we employ on different projects. And this particular, because it's a renovation type projects, it's the ideal tool that we have at our disposal is a CM model, which means we hire the architect and the initiation phases of our design, we hire the general contractor to come on board. Because of the scope is so at concept, it makes sense to bring the parties who would be building this on board so that we can get an accurate estimate going forward. So that's the process that it took to get to. We have advanced the detailed design of all the construction elements, but at the same time, from in the past 3 years, we have allowed the parking lot expansion to happen as part of this project. So construction has been happening. That's the beauty of the CM model. We can piecemeal some of the construction scope while we work on the design to be complete on our other aspects. So one other case is that the Beaudry Place, we have some scope of renovation happening there, but we had to move people from there out to SAP first. So the renovation on SAP occurred in the past year or so that we could move the FCS team to SAP and then allow the renovation for Beaudry to occur. So long story short, what I'm trying to say is things have been progressing. It hasn't ended yet, but this is the last bit of the ask of the scope that we can, if advanced, we can complete the construction ideally towards the end of this year. Some might spill into next year, but I would let Chad Paddock speak to the specific scope why it took that longer.
So just so I understand correctly, then that we are now, the backgrounder said, I think we're at 99% of design. That's pretty darn close. So I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume that we would now be very, very close to very accurate cost estimates that are provided in this new budget ask. And we would be very close to going to tender. And I wonder if you could clarify when we would be ready to go to tender after we approve it today, like within a couple of weeks, or so we can get construction going this year and continue into, I don't know, when would it be finished? There's probably 3 questions in there, but how accurate are they? When can we start and when would we be finished?
Through the chair to Councillor Kulik, like you said, this is the most accurate estimate that we would ever get in a design phase at 99%. But again, the market will tell what the actual cost will be. And we expect, because we had the CM model employed on this project, we think that will be in the ballpark when we see the actual tender packages come back. That's one of the reasons why we had to put this budget request forward before we finalized our scope, because we had council on board to go with the original scope first, and here's the additional cost that we need to approve for before we can put it in the market. So that's why we are in front of you to ask this request to be funded, and then we'll go out into the market as soon as the funding is approved. Timing wise, it could likely take 4 weeks to 6 weeks in the whole process of the procurement. And Chad, do you have any actual timeline that you have?
Thank you, Donnie. The timelines in regards to tendering would be fairly quick, as we already have prepared a lot of the documents, as you're saying, Councillor, with the 99.5%. We've been slowly kind of chewing away the areas that needed to obviously have work, and we were pretty confident that we would have it out for tender, hopefully here in a couple of weeks, and then closed as per the procurement requirements, which would be out for roughly 4 to 6 weeks in regards to advertising. And then our goal as administration is to have them start with the renovations right away so that we can start getting the timeframes set for movement of staff and other phases within there. And that kind of gives a timeline that we would probably be completed within the spring of 26 or summer of 26 for this project.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
I see no more questions. I'm gonna ask a slightly off-topic question to you, Mr. Fletcher. There's been conversations with the mid-sized cities about how public we make our intended budget for these kind of projects. We know where the bids are gonna come in now, right? So it is, maybe it's for Diane or Anne's gone. Is there conversations about grouping these projects, transportation, public works, whatever, so that, and then if you came with a budget adjustment like this, would it be maybe for Marta, could we have done this in camera so we weren't so public about what we were going to spend on these projects? So kind of a two-part question.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start by simply saying that, yes, we have had some of those initial discussions. So maybe I'll just ask Diane perhaps to chime in on some of that,
Yeah.
but you know, suffice to say that
We're hearing big savings from
it's,
those.
I understand, yeah. So if you know how much it costs, does your estimate come in magically $1 less
Yeah.
than, you know, what's been approved? You know, is clearly the concern, right? In terms of the ability for that. I think there's a, you know, a fine line sort of between that component, that's sort of the transparency overall, and then how we articulate the funds so that the public are aware of them and what level of detail. So do you want to jump in, Diane?
Yeah, I don't really have a lot to add. It's definitely a challenge, and we need to look at more creative ways of doing that. One of the challenges is obviously transparency to council. You know, when we're presenting a project, you need to understand what that project is and what you're potentially investing in it as well, in order to make an informed decision. So it's balancing those criteria. But as Mr. Fletcher said, it's something we've been talking about, and so we might be looking at some new ways of maybe doing that in the future.
I mean, this is just a great example, and Chestermere's done it and Okotoks have done it to some level. I'm not sure how far they've gone, and they've reported back some savings. So it'd be something that I would like to work on or see. I don't know if we would have any legal basis to do this in camera, except for it may be harmful to.
Well, certainly, you know, decisions can't be made in camera. So certainly there's an
Yeah.
aspect here of holding back some information, I think legitimately under the FOIP Act, and keeping some attachments confidential. So I guess what I'm trying to say from a legal perspective, I think there is probably a path to do this, but it obviously would have to be aligned with the finance documents.
I
and how
could
they're
see it being made
presented.
public, like the second the contract is awarded, we publicize that, but until it's awarded.
Right. And so I do foresee a path forward from a legal perspective. So and as Bill and Diane have mentioned, we have started just preliminary discussions about it. So it's probably possible, but I don't think we don't know the details of how it would look.
Sorry, it's kind of off topic, but this.
No, it's a point well taken, Mayor. And you know, I think as we look at those municipalities that have done it, it's not that there is no public transparency. Ultimately, it's about a functional grouping of certain costs as opposed to detailed breakdowns in the public realm. Clearly, council needs that, and so that's kind of the maneuver space that we're working through.
Okay, cool. All right, Councilor Killick, thank you for making the motion. Go ahead.
That the budget for the capital project 422334 policing services building accommodation, police 006 be increased from 5 million to 6.710 million to be funded from the borrowing bylaw 28/2022.
All right, accept that. Anything to add to that?
The good news is that this is within the approved borrowing bylaw. So when this project was first approved, we had a budget estimate of 5 million. We added a 50% contingency to that because we knew We were starting very early in the process, and we didn't have good or fully accurate cost estimates. So we approved a higher borrowing bylaw than we normally would have. And even with this budget increase, it still comes within the approved borrowing bylaw.
Anyone else? I see none. I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. The utility bylaw was on consent, which is just, I'm not gonna read it, it's just 3 readings of bylaw 15, which was setting the utility rates. And as it was pointed out earlier, the EPR is saving residents $5.14 a month. And then another 73 on their flat rate. So good news for residents. We did the BIA, so we are on procedure bylaw, which is bylaw 5. Marty, you don't have a presentation because we got this at committee, right?
That's right. So this is coming back to council for approval after the March Standing Committee of the Whole meeting. So as you may recall, at Standing Committee of the Whole, there was discussion broadly in general about why the amendments are being brought forward. There is a group of amendments that are being brought forward due to Bill 20 requirements. There are 3 requirements as a result of that related to notations in our minutes. If a counselor declares a conflict of interest, related to ensuring we only hold 1 public hearing per bylaw, and related to ensuring that our public hearings are all conducted electronically. So those amendments are required due to the legislative changes in Bill 20. And then the rest we went through at Standing Committee of the Whole. And as directed by Standing Committee, administration has prepared some alternatives for council's consideration today. And I will just say that we've outlined them in the alternative section. But I do want to note that one of the alternatives that's presented, which is the 3rd one, it renders the other alternatives moot. So if someone is interested in moving alternative 3, I would just recommend that it occur first, so that that can be decided, and then that would be kind of the process ahead. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have related to any of the amendments proposed.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hughes has told me that she would like to make, which amendment were you looking at? 1, 2A or 2B?
So I wanted to do amendment alternative 1 and then do 2B and then 2A because it has to be in that order. If 2B passes, 2A becomes moot. So there's no point in over debating.
Okay, so if 2B passes, we don't even do 2A.
Correct.
All right, and we'll do that at second reading, not first reading. So is there any questions before we actually start making motions? All right, I'm seeing none. Can I have a member council other than Councillor Hughes? It'll just be cleaner. Make the initial motion for bill or bylaw 5, I think it is. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Till it gets up here. Sorry, Renee. Yeah, there you go. That bylaw 5/2025 being amendment 2 to bylaw 24/2022 be read a first time. No comment.
Okay.
Just to get it on the floor.
Let's get on the floor. I see no one else wanting to speak, so I will call for the vote. Voting's closed, passes unanimously. Councillor Mackay, second reading.
That bylaw 5/2025 be read a second time.
All right, accept that, and I'll go to you, Councillor Hughes, for your amendment.
Do we do it after the second reading or before the second reading?
So we should do second reading first, and then we can do the
I
amendment.
thought we did it before. Okay, so you want us to finish off second reading?
Yes, please.
Okay, call for the vote on second reading. Voting's closed. Okay, we need a unanimous consent, I assume.
So we would do the amendments. Well,
We have no motion to amend though right now.
if we had a motion to amend, it would happen now, and then there would be unanimous consent for a 3rd reading, and if it was granted, then it would be as amended. I mean, certainly it doesn't matter. We could do unanimous consent right now.
Okay, but what I'm saying is we don't have a motion on the floor to amend, right?
That's right, but I had heard that there was going to be one, so.
So we need to get unanimous consent to even go to 3rd reading.
Right, but we're just to consider amendments. after second reading, you don't need to do unanimous consent before that.
I'm very confused. Okay,
Well, so we
What-
just did first reading and second reading,
Yeah.
so now we're able to either
Yeah.
amend or go on to
okay.
unanimous.
But what I'm
consent.
saying is there's no motion to amend. No one's made a motion. Who? Okay, you're gonna make it now. Okay, so she's amending the bylaw, just in general. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
It's all right. So my motion, the first one would be alternative one. So if we all want to go to that spot in the pages, but it's that bylaw 5/2025 be amended by deleting section 14.
Okay, so section 14, remove.
Yeah.
Which permits council members to request a change their vote if the requested change would not alter the vote result.
Yep.
Okay, all right, accept that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry, we can answer questions. You're right.
So a question is to administration, like what would be the, I know in SCOW, we talked about it briefly, but kind of what would be the pros and cons of that? Like, what would be the benefit? Like, is it just to get your vote on record? Is that the only one?
Essentially, yes, because we do already have section 123 in the procedure bylaw, which allows a change of vote in case there was a mistake. So this is like if there's a situation that arose that someone wanted to just change their vote on the minutes, if it wouldn't change the ultimate result. That's the only benefit.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right. I see no more questions. So now I'll accept it. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. So when I saw this, I just didn't think it was necessary. If you voted because you hit the wrong button and you weren't thinking clearly at that time, then that's a different thing and that's still being permitted. This is just about you seeing the vote, you recognize it and go, now that I can see that what the vote is, I think I'm going to change my vote. And the whole point of doing this is then that person no longer has a secret vote, quite frankly, when you enter in the decision-making process, because they can change it and say, okay, actually, I'm going to vote no now that I know that it all is going to pass. And I think that we want to make the playing field even. Also, this could have other complications. Like, let's say that it passes on a 5-2, and then two people say they want to change their vote. So the first one can't, and then the second one can't. And this could get political where it doesn't need to be. So when I saw this, I respect what administration brought forward as an alternative, but I just thought that there's some unintended consequences that can come from this, and it's also just unnecessary. Whatever you vote is what you vote. If you made a mistake, you made a mistake. But if that's not the situation, then you should own your vote that you had at the time of. That's it.
Anyone else on debate? Okay, I will call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that passes unanimously. So now we're jumping down to 2B.
Correct.
To be or not to be?
To be, which is that bylaw 5/2025 be amended by deleting section 4 and section 18.
Okay, any questions on that one? Councillor Mackay.
Just clarification from administration in relation to that. So that just basically, does it revert back to the current wording, or does it substantially change and take away powers, the mayor's powers?
No, if this amendment passes, this will keep the current wording that's currently in existence. So it will be the status quo. Essentially, a council resolution would be required to change the date or time or location of a council meeting. However, at agenda planning, there is already the ability to cancel a meeting, and that would just continue. So it would be status quo if this motion passed.
Good, okay. Councillor Hughes, I'll accept your motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. So there's an alternative if that one isn't the case, but I didn't see the necessity for this. I've yet to see where we would not be able to, as a council, reschedule a meeting through a council resolution. And so the idea that one person could just simply change it arbitrarily seemed to be unnecessary to me. So if the mayor needs to schedule an additional meeting, she can schedule a special council meeting with more than 24 hours notice. She can do it with council agreeing, assuming that we have the support of at least 2/3 of the council. So it's not like additional meetings can't be made. This would be like literally just changing it from a Tuesday to a Wednesday or something of that nature. And if we are going to change that, I feel like the council should be in agreement to that. The dates that we are meeting on, the times that we're meeting on, this has been predetermined and agreed to by council. And so I don't feel comfortable with the concept that the mayor could change those dates, and then that could literally affect the ability for counselors to attend. So I feel like if we're going to change the dates, council should be in agreement about that and make the decision 1 week in advance or something of that nature, which would happen at the previous council meetings. I've yet to see a time when this would actually have been necessary in the 12 years that I've been here. So I'd rather just not put in unnecessary clauses unless there's justification for why it would be imminent and required, and not require council's input in that process. That's it.
Councillor Jolly.
Yeah, I'm tentatively supportive of this. So I definitely encourage anyone who's opposed to speak up so I can kind of think about their comments. I know, Mayor, that you've needed to have members of council agree to kind of a last minute meeting. I think that's happened a couple of times in my 2 terms, and that's worked well. That forces us to work together. You know, and when I see some of the news coming out of Ontario, of some of the strong the strong mayor powers, makes me a little bit nervous about, future mayors in St. Albert doing things kind of that are sneaky, which this could enable theoretically. So I'm supporting this motion as of now, unless someone can convince me of something different. Thanks.
All right, I see no one else waiting to speak. So Councillor Jolly, you're worried about the next mayor. But I'm good, right? So I'll just pull a 40-year term, okay? Anything to close?
Yeah, the thing is, once it's in a bylaw and it's going forward, then that becomes the standard. So this isn't a reflection of our current councils, but I mean, let's just think about past councils, many, many, many past councils, and if there had ever been an opportunity for that. So I just feel like if we have a justification for that, then that would be a different situation, but I don't see justification at this point. And this is not at all a reflection at all about you, Mayor Herron.
Not taking it personally. Call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that one passes with just me opposed. That doesn't happen very often. Was a mistake. All right, you still want to do 2A? That was it, okay.
Yeah, that one passed.
No, we can't, right, yeah. All right, we're back to unanimous consent and then 3rd reading. Councillor Broad, do you want to do unanimous consent? No, unanimous.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
I move that unanimous consent be given for consideration of 3rd reading of amended reading? No. 3rd reading of bylaw 5/2025 as amended. Correct? As amended?
Yeah.
Okay.
Call for the vote, sorry.
Counselor Jolly, we're just waiting on your vote.
She's thinking.
Or is she frozen?
Oh, she's frozen. She looks like she's really thinking.
So from a legislative perspective, I think we can consider that Counselor Jolly has left the meeting.
Yeah.
So unanimous would be 6 votes.
Okay.
She's here.
Oh, she's there.
back.
Sorry, I'm in favor.
Okay, so it's unanimous. Okay, all right, we are done with procedure bylaw. Does anyone need? No, we need 3rd reading from you, Councillor Mackay.
40 years, huh?
Yeah, maybe I should just quit right now.
That bylaw 5/2025 be read a 3rd time.
Oh, anything?
I have nothing. to add on.
Okay, you were good. I'll call for the vote. There we go. Voting's closed and that's unanimous. Okay, does anyone need a break before we go on to 10.4? Okay, someone needs a break. I won't say who. So it's 4:20. We'll reconvene at 4:30. We are back. We are on 10.4, which is third reading of the land use bylaw text amendment to Midtown. I'm sure there's no presentation. I don't even see anyone from planning here. So I'm gonna, before we do third reading, Councillor Hughes has a proposed amendment. So I'll go to you, Councillor Hughes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. That bylaw 7/2025 be amended by deleting section 4 in its entirety and replacing it with the following. This bylaw comes into effect immediately upon payment of the applicable 2025 land use bylaw amendment / redistricting fee by the developer or their agent. That's it.
All right, any questions of either administration or Councillor Hughes before I accept that? Seeing none, go ahead, Councillor Hughes, I accept it.
Okay. So, council, the reality is that the normal process would have been for the developer to submit an application, pay the application fee, go through the proper due diligence from administration, regardless if we think it's necessary or not, had a recommendation from administration, have it come before council and make a decision. And that would have taken 6 months or more, maybe 4 if it was moved ahead. And instead, this was done through a motion and then brought forward within 28 days. And one of the statements from the landowner was that he didn't want to bring it forth through the regular chain because he thought that the administration would not be recommending in favor of it. So we're now at the end process, and it's highly likely that this will pass. But the reality also is that the developer, in spite of fast tracking and demanding more of administration's time in a proportionate share basis, has not had to pay any of the fees that would have been normally associated with that application. So in light of fairness, as that was what was the statement for why he wanted to be considered to have his amendments made, if fair is fair, then even though he's now been able to fast track the process, he should at least be allowed to pay the fees that everyone else who went through the process also had to pay. So that's the intention behind this, is just to recognize the fact that staff put in and a lot of hours to make this happen, and that was been at taxpayers' expense. And the fees that everyone else that is currently waiting in the queue as a result of the decisions that were made earlier this year have had to wait longer. And yet they also had to pay their fees to do that. So this is just to allow him to pay the same fees as everyone else has paid to have that happen. And before anybody else says anything, I don't know if anybody else has another argument or not, but Landrax wanted also to have it. And initially I brought forward that motion to make it happen. And then I realized that no, there's the fees involved in that they will have to go through the process. And so they've had to pay the fees because it directly applies to them. And I realize that some people will say, well, this is a general land use bylaw change and not specific to a property. But the other changes that, like, for example, Courtney brought forward and said, you know, how about we do the side parking on the side of allow the side parking for different types of scenarios. And that would affect mostly their area. And yet if they want to have it done, even though it would affect other areas as well, but you would have to have it done, they're going to pay the fees that everyone else who's had amendments to move this forward from what was approved in November is expected to pay their fees to have it done, even if it benefits multiple areas or just their area. So I would like to see, in light of fairness, that we just simply, even if this passes, that we allow the landowner to pay the fees that would have been applicable, and realizing that he's getting what he wanted. He just would have to pay it as if he started from the beginning. That's all.
Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not quite sure what to make of the motion, quite honestly. I appreciate the rationale behind it. Just not sure what it says. I know what it says on the surface. I'm just not sure what it says or implies. When I met with Mr. Lanny, who brought this issue to me, there was never a conversation ever about fees or waiving of fees, and it just literally didn't come into the conversation. A developer of his success, if you will, for $7,000 wouldn't compromise my ethical standard. And so it's interesting. Because if he would have, of course, said that, I would have dropped it like a hot potato. The reason why I brought it forward was because I felt strongly that his land use district in our community was not allowed the same rights and privileges as other land use districts that were available under a newly amended land use bylaw. And it was on that basis that I brought forward the motion and presented it to council. Now, the side effect of him coming to me, I guess, would be that it came in a more timely fashion, which perhaps was what he was looking for. I don't know. But the reality is that I brought it forward based on an equity issue, not on any other issue. So council can vote how they wish on this. I believe that, still believe that treating, maybe that's not the quite word, but allowing an equitable application of our land use bylaws to all land use districts is in our best interest. We want our developers to be successful. And I know that so do our planning staff. We're all here to build a better St. Albert, and we all want to be successful, because for us to be successful, our developers need to be successful. And so not quite sure how I'm going to vote on this. $7,000, I don't think he loses a minute's sleep over that. But I'm sure other people have things to say as well. Thank you.
Councilor Bermansky.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. When we were having discussion with the developer related to this equity and consistency across the board, it was mentioned that that it was thought that the application wouldn't be approved. So by that was the guiding way to send, I guess, to come to a counselor, but it's speculation to think that an application won't be approved, and it is the process and the process that everyone else does. So there's, I think this is a nice fix, because has been privilege granted if this is, if he does get his changes, being that the staff time has been put in place and it's an area that did have specific allowances for them that other developers didn't have in time. And developers coming forward in the process of application, they see the list, they know who, they can be guided by the amount of time that has to be taken to get the work done for them. And by avoiding the actual application, we're delaying that work for those people that did do the process. So this one did do a little bit of a sidestep, and we don't want to ignore developers, but we don't want to favor developers either. So I think the fee that all other developers had to pay is a fair settlement, or a fair agreement to settle this one. I think it's a good motion. Thank you.
Councilor Killick.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm still struggling with the whole comment around fairness. And it was brought up that other developers had followed the process. And to me, if this is not about the money, whether they pay it or not, this is about following the process. As Councillor Hughes mentioned, Landrex followed the process and, paid their fees and submitted all their paperwork, and got their work in the queue, not in favor to anybody else. So this for me is about following the process. If an application had been made, for these requested changes, we would have had information to go on. The developer would have followed the process, made the application, paid the fees. Administration could have reviewed it on its merits and made a decision. That decision could have been appealed to council on the merits of fairness, but no application was made. When we debated this previously at first and second reading, there was lots of comments that, you know, we're getting involved, council would be getting involved to arbitrate on this situation. But arbitration only, even in a union contract, general sense of the term, when you arbitrate, it's because you've had both sides make an offer. Developer has applied, administration has ruled, and you arbitrate in the middle of that after the fact. We're now being asked to arbitrate even before any application has ever been made. If that to me is not arbitration, that's intervention. And I just wish that the developer, well-known, well-liked, doing great things for the city, had applied. And these very simple, we keep saying these are very simple things. They're in the land use bylaw. And we want to apply them equitably. I totally agree with all that. That to me indicates that this probably would have been approved. There's no evidence to suggest otherwise. In fact, there's no evidence to suggest one way or the other because no application was made. If an application had been made and followed the process, we would have had a clear indication one way or the other. So yes, no application fees have been paid because no application was made. And this could, I'm very concerned, as it outlined in the background originally, that this could set precedent. It could, both of fees, of process, liability. We make changes arbitrarily on behalf of a developer. It gets us in the middle of things that I don't see as council's role. It was also mentioned previously that council can do this. Absolutely understand that in direct control scenario of direct control land use. Council can and does have that authority to undertake that. Totally get that. And if I would look back at it was mentioned Riverbank Landing, where council changed it from direct control to direct control multi-use. But that, and I pulled up the backgrounder on that, said once council got involved in that particular scenario, it said the developer has submitted per the area structure plan terms of reference, all the applications, conceptual site plan and aerial images, Oakmont area structure plan technical report, land use redistricting map, proposed text amendments to the DCMU district, proposed height schedule, sun shadow study, financial impact assessment, slope analysis, traffic impact analysis, service definition. They went so far as to do the open house. We're circumventing all of those steps, which were outlined in the background originally, by making this decision ourselves. Understand again all the merits of a wonderful developer that we have working and committing dollars in our community, but we're circumventing the process where every other time we have followed it for good, strong reasons. And the main one is that it gets the right information from the developer to administration, so administration experts in their field can do their job and advise council. right now, we don't have any of that. And for that reason, obviously, I think you can tell I'm consistent where I was at first and second reading, that I can't support this request, even as it's amended, with adding the money to it. As I said, it's not about the money, it's about following the process.
Councillor Jolly, then Councillor Mackay.
Thank you. Like Councillor Broadhead, I'm a bit on the fence about this. I don't think this was part of the motivation of the developer at all for this ask. And you know what, when I think about the intent of the motion, this wasn't about kind of skipping process. It was about kind of reintroducing this area into the changes that we'd already made across the city. So you know, comments that other developers have paid this fee. It's like, well, they haven't for these changes, because this was the city's initiatives to do this. So yeah, right now I'm feeling really conflicted about this, because I get the sense that the intent was just to bring in this area to what was already happening in the rest of the city. So or you know, changes that we could have done at the time of the overall changes. So I look forward to seeing hearing the last couple of people make their comments and debate.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
I'm not going to reiterate everything I said, but nothing here has changed my mind. All it's really done is given everybody another opportunity to state their original positions. And I think people have somehow continued to mix or miss the general kind of intent of what the proponent was trying to put across. He was just seeking that his area be treated with the same as part of the new process that was put in place by administration. And he didn't have to submit any fees because he didn't make any changes. He was just saying his area fits into where the new land use bylaw goes. So anyways, I am not going to enter on and keep on talking about a debate, because I honestly don't, I just see this as another way of just dragging out that debate. And I haven't heard anything that changes my opinion.
Thank you. I get the intent behind the motion, but we are talking about $7,000. And I think we need to remember that there was many proposed changes brought forward at the land use bylaw time in October, UDI, Landrex, and Councillor Broadhead was the one that made the motions, not Aberton. I find if we make them pay for Councillor Broadhead's motion, it's a bit punitive. And it's essentially making them pay because they were excluded from the changes in the land use bylaw for like parking and townhomes, et cetera. Councillor Broadhead just chose the ones he thought, and I'm speaking for you, Councillor Broadhead, I apologize, but I think I'm right, that you thought were about equity. He could have done them all, but he saw that no, those need to be developer led and they need to go through the process and pay the fees. But these ones were just about equity. The Landrex motion about drive-throughs was completely different. It was very specific. So I'm not going to support this because the work has been done. We just need to get moving forward. And don't forget, this was Councillor Broadhead's motions, not Aberton's. Councillor Hughes, you get to close.
Thank you. Just for clarification, this was not to redebate everything, and we had that opportunity if you want to in third reading anyway, so it didn't stop anything from happening. So that was number one. The second thing is that I understand that there's probably no mention about the fees. It wasn't really a thought probably at that time of, hey, I would like to avoid the fees. And that being said, yeah, but the statement was I didn't want to bring it forward because I thought that administration was not going to recommend in favor of it. So whether you vote in favor of this or not does not stop you from voting in favor or against the third reading. So you can say yes to the fees and say no to third reading, or vice versa, or any combination thereof. So this is specifically about whether or not this should have fees. Now, maybe you can say that you feel like this was about equity, but there's equity and there's fairness and unfairness in every land use bylaw. You know, like on St. Albert Trail, Landrex wants to have a drive-through. Everywhere else in St. Albert Trail practically has a drive-through. So if you were to look at fairness, it was like, well, why didn't we just make it fair right across the board? Why did we actually just say that everybody except for a few pieces of land can't have a drive-through on Cinebra Trail? And then it has to pay the fees and go through the process and wait the time. So is that fair? I mean, that's debatable. You look at other things where, you know, the other things that were brought forward that would apply to multiple areas, but certainly benefit specific developers that were brought forward in November. And I think that several of them have a lot of merit, but I haven't brought them forward out of fairness. And if they want to have it considered and they think it's important enough to them, they can put forward the application. So this is about, you know, if you wanted to pay, this isn't about skipping the process. This is about just paying the same fee as every other developer that want to have changes made to the land use bylaw. And if you may say it's fair, you may say it's unfair, whatever administration recommended, but that was what they brought forward. That's what we approved back in November. And if changes want to be made, they can just put an application for it in and then pay for it. But in light of the fact that we've already made the decision, probably just based on the results that I'm hearing today, then at least pay the fee. Because the work that administration had to put forward for them is no less than they had to put forward for any other developer if they'd asked for those same concessions. And so this fee of $7,000, which might seem nominal, still puts the point that at least we are treating this situation with some level of fairness that every other developer would be expecting to have to experience. So that's what this is about. This is just simply about recognizing the fact that bringing this forward is not the same as trying to justify the fees. This is not about saying this is a surprise. We mentioned the fees during the public hearing. He said he's not planning to pay them. He didn't get a bill. So. Yeah. And I'm just hearing somebody outside talking. So anybody's wondering why we stopped talking. I'm like, I don't know who that was. But that's what this is about. So you can vote in favor. You don't have to vote in favor, but I just think that to make it clear that we're not giving preferential treatment on all fronts, that at least the fees that would have been expected would be applied to this situation. That's it. Thank you.
I will now call for the vote. That motion fails with Councillor Bermansky and Hughes in favor. I'm going to go to you for third reading, Councillor Broadhead.
That bylaw 7/2025 be an amendment 4 to the land use bylaw be read a third time.
Anything further on this?
Nothing further, ma'am. We've spoken.
I don't see anyone else jumping in, so I'm going to call for the vote. Did we lose Councillor Jolly?
No, she's still there.
I'm still here.
Okay. Voting is closed. Okay. And that motion passes with Councillor Bermansky, Hughes, and I think Killick probably opposed. Yeah. Okay. We have no emergent items. Civic and external agency updates. Why don't I start with you, Councillor Jolly?
Yeah, Youth Advisory Committee had a good meeting. We are kind of in full recruitment mode right now. I believe Councillor Broadhead and I are doing interviews soon. I don't know, whenever it is in our schedule later this month, I think. So we'll have some new folks brought on. Homeland Housing is meeting shortly, and we've got our auditor presenting. So we'll see those financial statements. Everything is looking good on that front. And those are kind of the two big ones.
Perfect. How about you, Councillor Bermansky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For first one, we have the Environmental Committee, and we worked on the ACP funding will be used to complete a further analysis of existing water quality data, looking for seasonal trends and relationships to observed water quality and land use practices. The second portion of the project will follow up on a 2018 study on the condition of all water crossings, culverts, bridges in the Sturgeon River watershed, and how municipalities can move forward with improvements to these structures to reduce impacts to aquatic environment. Members of Sturgeon Watershed Alliance were asked to provide an update of activities they've undertaken in their municipalities and to implement the integrated watershed management. So that's working with the grant money that was received. So it was quite a discussion on how the money is going to be used with the committee. The, sorry, that was the Sturgeon Watershed Alliance meeting, not the Environmental Committee. I believe I wrote Environmental Committee. Okay. And then the Environmental Committee. It was kind of an interesting meeting because we had administration come in and they went through our study of vision and pillars of sustainability for the community and their input. And then we also had a discussion about the upcoming election and looking for volunteers for that, and a recruitment process. So most of the meeting was used up, all not really environmentally, I guess, focused. There was an environmental mindset behind their ideas towards our vision of pillars in the community. And then on the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, is quite an interesting meeting. It talked about something called urban stream daylighting, which is redirecting creeks that were covered over with development and running the creeks through the community again to water gardens and keep all that water flow out of the sewer systems and the means of doing it, which I found very interesting. And then we also talked about impervious services, hydraulic alteration, water contamination, flood risk, groundwater recharge systems. And there was actually talking about different ways of directing water other than the swales that are, you know, built out of concrete and whatever. It was more of a green swale system, which was happening in a lot of communities as well. So lots of good information coming forward on the environmental side. On the Arts Committee, we had the update. The banners are to be installed this month. Downtown, the artists again were promoted on different radio programs and lots of attention there. So I think it'll make our downtown really beautiful. There was an update. There's a butterfly project that's being removed from the Botanical Gardens. I'm sure Councillor Killick knows about that one, but that project was supposed to be there 2 years and it's been 7. So it's past its due date and that will be removed from the garden. We have a call out for artists until May 8th for the Element Park project. On the BMX artist project, we had 35 applicants, so that's being judged right now. And the transit project, which is the bus wraps, we had 20 applicants and those will be judged as well. A focus on the Arts Committee in discussion is a project called Art in the Park next year. So that will be something new and interesting for all the artists out there. And it's amazing how many artists there are in St. Albert, and the art show is of course downstairs in the lobby here as well too. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, with the demise of the MRB, my Audit and Finance Committee responsibilities are no longer in that respect. However, on the 4th, Councillor Mackay and Councillor Hughes and I all met with the Internal Audit Committee, and I'm happy to report that Councillor Hughes is the chair and Councillor Mackay is the vice chair. So thanks to those two for volunteering.
Pays to get up and go to the washroom, doesn't it?
Anyway, it's a wonderful committee to be a part of, and I think excellent work is being done. So, and council, of course, hears the outcome of those meetings because they come forward through the normal process. So I won't belabor that. One item that I'd like to bring forward is just on the 31st of March. I had the opportunity to attend with you, Madam Mayor, the grand opening of the Edmonton Material Recovery Facility.
Oh, yeah.
That was an amazing, I've never been in one before. And it is big business to recycle recyclables, if you will. And it's just encouraging to see what's happening in our community so that all of the things that we no longer use don't end up in the landfill somewhere. They are being reused. So that was good. And, you know, So those are my two activities.
Cool. Murphs, they're always fun to
Murphs,
go with
yeah.
it. How about you, Councillor Hughes?
I got some exciting news. So when we talked about the audit, just so you know, when we presented it in January, we had a specific list of recommended going forward, but it's now changed. And so now the recommended audit for next year will be the data management instead. So just FYI, whenever this comes up again, we've just changed a couple of the orders in place because administration recognized that the data management would make more sense before we ended doing a complete review of all of the IT. Also, the implementation of many of the items, including cybersecurity, are well on their way. And IT has done great work to really make sure that we become as close to Fort Knox as humanly possible. So thank you for all of their work on handling that as well. And with the seniors committee, I don't know if I mentioned that we had 11 applicants. The seniors committee reviewed these very seriously. Just so we're clear, very, very seriously. And they brought forward recommendations to council. So they're going to be coming forward, I believe, at the beginning of May. And we'll have further discussion on that. But yeah, it was definitely a very energetic evening for that. That's it. And there was nothing for waste management, although I understand the excitement you have when you went to the recycling center, because there's nothing, garbage is a very complicated process. So, you know, there's a lot involved in processing garbage. So.
And the Murph was brand new and wasn't running yet, so it was the cleanest you will ever see a recycling facility.
It can be smelly. It can be smelly. They said when just as an aside, when I went to the one in Edmonton, what is that called? Book Bar.
Yeah.
And there's a hallway there that you can go through and they go, you can't smell anything in the hallway. You can still smell something in the hallway. And that was about as close to you can get as possible. So it was significantly reduced, but you're probably not going to have lunch there. Anyway, thanks.
Councillor Mackay.
Well, if you think garbage is sexy, wait till you get wastewater. I can tell you, there's a little bit of odor associated to that, particularly if you're at the headworks. So the wastewater, we had a presentation, we did our audit and had that and came in with a clean audit. But we also had a presentation in relation, we recently engaged with Stantec around completing a utility master plan, and we had a presentation as it related to two scenarios from a 10-year capital plan, and so we're kind of working our ways through that. But the good news is it wasn't as kind of high risk or as dangerous as we initially were led to believe, although it's still scary numbers, but potentially not as bad off as we initially thought. So so we've been busy, and as a chairperson, I'm required to attend all of the other subcommittee meetings, and we have several, so I'm quite busy dealing with that. Going on to policing committee, we met last week right after SCOW and went through a number of issues that are still ongoing with the provinces, because of course that same day the province made the announcement of creating the independent police agency, but also there's still a little bit of confusion, particularly from the members that are attending provincial committee meetings, both from one of our members is the current chair of the Alberta Association of Police Governance, and our former public complaints director is also doing some work around what that could look like in relation to going forward. And there's still a great deal of confusion being communicated to them from different levels of the government around what's required, what's not required. Why did we change our bylaw when we had till December to change our bylaw, even though we had June to change or it was earlier than that, wasn't it? So, I mean, lots of confusion as to, well, we could have had a volunteer position, maintain the public, there's just a little bit of confusion, and it's creating a little bit of angst. We also just talked about the policing committee is going to be at the expo for the Chamber Expo, the April 25th, 26th, 27th. We've got a booth, and so we'll just be having more of a public face. There's also the Alberta Association of Police Governance is having their meeting, annual kind of meeting, kind of conference in Westlock in the first weekend in May
You're
as
going?
well. I'm not going. Are you gonna go, Councilor? Councilor Bermansky had indicated that she might be interested in going. I wasn't sure if you were. You have, the information is on their webpage as to how to go. So far, there's lots of good speakers, lots of good in topics. But when the government usually just sends like administrative staff, the minister doesn't usually show up, so. But the audit committee's already been talked about.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's it.
Okay, Councilor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For Edmonton Salutes, I'll start off with that one. It was our meeting on March 28th. And one of the main things that we discussed is that this April is Month of the Military Child. It's a whole month-long recognition of the impact to kids moving when there are multiple transfers, and how challenging it can be for kids to make new friends and integrate into new schools, etc., into new communities, impacts of being without their parents during deployment, and worst of all, impacts of potentially, hopefully it never happens, but of losing a parent. And this has significant impact, or can have significant impact to military children. That's why through Edmonton Salutes, we're very, and in turn through the support of St. Albert to Edmonton Salutes, we provide strong support to MFRC, the Military Family Resource Center, that provides support to all those kids and parents as well as they transition in and out of the Edmonton garrison. I think we have, the latest number was nearly 1,400 troops deployed from Edmonton. So that means there are many family members and kids, and that's why it was important to have recognition of, and this is a national across the country, April being Month of the Military Child. We also had our regular committee updates. Nothing new to report there, but we did have a great presentation from Lieutenant Colonel Mike Veach, I think that's how you say his last name. He is the commander of our military engineering regiment, and this was very interesting, talking about tanks and bulldozers and building bridges and blowing up things and digging trenches and all of those kinds of things that the engineering team does. We also noted that this coming up May 4th is the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Netherlands, which Canadian forces were heavily involved in, and many members died during that conflict. So that is a significant anniversary coming up May 4th. And in particular, anybody who has traveled to Ottawa will understand how important liberation of the Netherlands is for Canadians. We also sheltered the Dutch royal family during that conflict, and in return they have sent several 100,000 tulip bulbs to Ottawa, and that's why there are so many tulips in Ottawa. There's over 3 million of them, and the Royal Dutch family continues on an annual basis to send 20,000 new tulip bulbs to Ottawa every year. So there's a deep appreciation for Canadian troops and what they did in liberating the Netherlands. It's an honor to hear the stories and understand what significant role Canadian troops played in that activity. Our next meeting is April 25th coming up, so that'll be looking forward to that one. On CSAC, March 25th, we also reviewed, like I think all the other committee members, we had a great presentation from Cheryl looking for any help on mock election ballot count. And also with Daria on community vision and pillars of sustainability, and very interesting comments around what the importance of our downtown is, and there's very mixed views on that. There is very mixed views on small town values as to whether those look to the history or look to the future, and do they speak really to our young people? And there's a lot of discussion around what is really St. Albert's unique identity, and does that hold true as we go forward, as the community visions and pillars is the long-term 50-year view of where we think St. Albert will be. So we had very, very good discussion on that. And our upcoming meeting, April 22nd, we will be reviewing the capital grants, which I'm pleased to say they look like they're within budget. So that should be fairly straightforward meeting. And then we also on the 22nd review our ad hoc community events grants as well.
Awesome. Busy times. Next on our agenda is information requests, notice of motions and announcements. I know Councillor Mackay has a IR, and I'll let you guys read in whatever, and then I'm going to take a few moments to talk about Cheryl Demott. So read your IR in now.
Yeah, I'll do that because I know what that's going to be. Can administration please advise if the $30,000 Alberta Community Policing Grant is still available to municipalities?
Is there any more IRs or notice motions to read in? Okay. Any more announcements that anyone might want to have?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'd just like to recognize that this month is the month of our emergency service telecommunications. The people that support the 911 call center, they sit in the back room and work tirelessly 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a week or a year, answering the phones. They are called our headset heroes. And we heard today how many calls they answer. They are the first point of contact in an emergency, and they stay on the line and make sure our correct emergency services are dispatched. So they are kind of the unsung heroes that, but they are the first point of contact for our residents in an emergency. And it's important that we show our recognition to them as well this month.
9,000 some calls we heard today. All right, I just want to take a moment. We don't normally do this in chambers, but the community of St. Albert was saddened by the passing of Cheryl Demott this past week. I don't think there's a single community member that doesn't know who Cheryl is. Cheryl was not only a public school trustee for many years, but she was also a volunteer with Housing Society, and she worked with Further Ed and the Newcomers Association. She was just full of energy, one of the most compassionate and accepting people that St. Albert has ever known. She got me to take in 3 Ukrainian refugee families because she was so passionate about supporting Ukraine. She's going to be deeply missed in this community. And I think we're all in a bit of shock still. If you're at all on Facebook, it was flooded this weekend with tributes to her, which says a ton about the number of people that are mourning her loss. I know there's a memorial service coming up, and I plan on attending, of course. But in the meantime, I think this council might want to consider some way to recognize her, whether it's a community recognition award or something else. I still haven't really figured it out. We can work on it together. But Cheryl, you'll be missed, and to her family, all our sympathies. This is a sad day in St. Albert. We're going in camera. Ken Mackay, thank you.
Just me. Just me going in camera, that council moving camera to have a confidential dialogue with the chief administrative officer pursuant to section 24(1)A of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act.
Call for the vote. Vote is closed and that passes unanimously. It's hard to